Celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, kanyang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, kanyang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech
I'm a president of Tokyo American Club Toastmaster Club. It is our club's honor to host an event this evening to celebrate World Speech Day. Just a few days ago, on 11th of March, Japan marked 10 years since the triple disasters that devastated its land and claimed lives of nearly 20,000 victims. 10 years ago, a huge earthquake shook the eastern and northern eastern of Japan, triggering a tsunami, triggering the worst nuclear disaster since the 1986 Chernobyl crisis. Many of us were in Japan at the time. Many of us remember that day very clearly. That event and what happened in the world during the pandemic crisis for the past 2 years surely remind us about the fragility of our species, about how our lives are intertwining with nature. We are indeed at a crossroads. Where are we going from here? What simple act can each of us do to create a better world tomorrow? From this idea, World Speech Day was born. It started in 2015 with a simple idea: speeches change the world. And every year, on 15th of March, people across the globe get together to share each other's stories, to relate to one another, to share ideas, to address numerous challenges facing mankind. This year, the theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. This year marked a leap in World Speech Day with a 36-hour global event and participation of over 100 countries. Tokyo American Club is honored to be part of this global event. Now, usually on this event like this, we would have a keynote speaker. However, World Speech Day is all about reaching out to unexpected voices. And my first speaker today is special. She is the most unexpected voice of all. Here is the voice of a 7-year-old Leilani Trapanese with a passion about sea turtles. Her message to the world is simple ways to save the sea turtles. Let's listen to her voice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leilani Trapanese, and today I'd like to talk about simple ways to save sea turtles. Sea turtles are an endangered species. Many of them are dying every day from preventable causes. I like to talk about our daily habits and how they are affecting the lives of sea turtles. First, plastic bag usage. We've all gone to the store and put things into a plastic bag. Seems innocent enough, right? Well, after the plastic bags are thrown away, some of them make it into our oceans. Sea turtles mostly eat jellyfish. And floating plastic bags look exactly like jellyfish. The sea turtles can't tell the difference, and they mistakenly eat the plastic bags. Too much plastic ingested by the sea turtles can kill them. I bet you didn't know about that, right? Next, plastic straws. Everyone likes to go out for a nice cold drink at a restaurant or takeout place. And most people don't think twice about slurping their drinks through a plastic straw. But these plastic straws also make it into our ocean, and they fit perfectly into a sea turtle's nose. Isn't it very sad to see a sea turtle like this? Finally, we all love to sit next to the air conditioner on a hot day. All the conveniences of modern technology make our lives so much easier. But greenhouse gases produced by the air conditioners go into the ozone layer and cause global warming. The warming of our planet also affects the sea turtle's reproduction. Sea turtles lay their eggs in the sand. The temperature of the sand affects if the baby sea turtle will be a boy or a girl. Cool sand will produce boys, and warm sand will produce girls. If global warming keeps up the sand, most of the babies born will be girls, which will impact future generations of turtles. Too many girls might be a nice problem for the boys, but it's not good for mating and reproducing. Here are some super simple solutions to save sea turtles. Reduce usage of plastic bags. Use an eco bag, or don't take a plastic bag. Get paper. Use paper straws instead of plastic straws, or don't use a straw at all. In the summertime, try using your air conditioner less. Consider turning up the air conditioner in the morning and evening times when it's cool. Open the window or use a fan. Or try planting a tree to help reduce greenhouse gases. In conclusion, our daily habits affect our underwater friends. We can all help if we make simple changes to our lives. Please consider this in the future and spread the word. Thank you for listening to my presentation and have a great day.
Leilani, if you're watching live, thank you for your powerful message, and thank you for your bravery to step up and share your voice. I think this is a simple act that we can definitely do. My next speaker is Ken Nguyen from Higashi Elementary School. Ken is 10 years old. He's passionate about creative writing. His current novel is science fiction about half-bloods. He wants to be a writer when he grows up. His speech title is Our Mother Earth. A very warm welcome to Ken.
Well, Miss Ching and Leilani just made a speech about sea turtles and some natural disasters, and I'm going to sum it up to Our Mother Earth. I see a lot of garbage when I hike along the mountains, when I have a walk around the park, and when I go home from school. But there's a new kind of trash that I see since the pandemic crisis. Can anyone guess? Yes. I see PP trash, personal protective equipment trash. I see used gloves and masks. Millions of gloves and masks are thrown away every single day. Millions of PPE and other coronavirus, waste are in the depths of the oceans. It affects the population of the fish, the planktons, the things that are living in the oceans, the rivers, the ponds. It is estimated that if every person used a single-use mask a day for a year, it would create an additional 66,000 tons of contaminated waste and 57,000 tons of plastic packaging. That's about the weight of 350 blue whales. Let me repeat. We are creating trash equivalent of 350 blue whales a year if we use a single-use mask every day. Mother Earth is a precious gift God gave us, so let's protect her. Don't let the pandemic crisis now turn into another crisis of PPE pollution. What we should do to protect Mother Earth. Number 1, stop polluting the earth. Dispose trash appropriately. You need to put your trash in the garbage can. Stop using single-use face masks. Reuse, reduce, and recycle plastics. Volunteer to clean up the beach, rivers, and others. Educate other people. Let our messages fly around the world. Protect Mother Earth. I would like to read a poem I made about Mother Earth. We are in the middle of the pandemic, but don't let it be another pandemic of PPE. I would like to read a poem I made about Mother Earth. Mother Nature has a dream as good as a sweet stream. She has a dream to stop the selfishness. She has a dream to change it to kindness. Don't pollute, make Earth clean. You're not a kindergarten, you're a teen. You're supposed to know it all. Don't kill animals, they want to be tall. If you kill them, no food for you. Then you will perish, no cows will moo. You will decay, not lush anymore. Your feeling from the heart's core will break into pieces, not a perfect thing. If you pollute, your heart will be as small as a ring. The animals will disobey you. Mother Earth will not love you. Mother Earth will decay into pieces. No soul left, don't let that happen. There will be no kisses. You should not throw garbage on the streets. That would make Mother Earth filthy, not like brand new sheets. Then you'll be Mother Earth's friend, and that friendship would last, never end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken, for highlighting such a timely topic of PPE in the middle of the pandemic. No doubt, this is a problem that we can foresee and prevent. We should start right here in our club. We should stop issuing of single-use face masks at the TAG entrance. Who's here from a TAG Sustainability Task Force? Would you consider that, Betsy? Stop issuing single-use face masks at the entrance. Thank you, Betsy. Great. My next speaker is Stefan Choi from Canadian International School. Stefan is half Korean, half Mexican. He's passionate about drawing and animation. He often makes flags animation and upload them on YouTube. He wants to be a computer animator in the future. And his speech title is The European Colonization of Africa. Welcome, Stefan Choi.
I'm supposed to give this to her, but never mind. At the end of it.
Hello everyone, and today I'm going to talk about the European colonization of Africa. So you might be wondering, what were the countries who colonized Africa? The countries were Great Britain or UK, France, German Empire or Germany, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, and Spain. And this is the map of where the European colonization colonized. And you might be wondering, why did they colonize? Well, there are two reasons. One, because Europe has caused a lot of war, and war caused economic bad, like very, very bad, which caused debt. And two, in Africa, they have like better human and natural resources. And like just who wants to take a guess? What are the two countries that were never colonized from these European? No, okay. So the countries were never colonized were like Liberia and Ethiopia. It's because Liberia was an African American, which were slaves, which they gained independence from America in 1821. But Ethiopia was like a real African country, which was a long time ago, around the 13th centuries or the 12th centuries. But they got invaded or conquered once from a European country, which we're going to talk about later. And the losses of the German colonies during World War I. So during World War I, the German colonies, which were Togoland, German East Africa, Cameroon, and German South Africa, were trying to conquer other African colonies until the end of World War I, which the German colonies were given to France, Britain, and South Africa, and Ethiopia and Italy. So after Italy conquered Eritrea, Ethiopia and Italy made an agreement not to cause war each other. But here's one problem: Italy's agreement was like giving items, like Ethiopia giving items to Italy, but Ethiopians are like the Italians give the itames and other good weapons to Ethiopia, which caused Italy a bit upset. So Italy declared war on Ethiopia, but Italy lost from Ethiopia. But until then, in the 1930s, which Italy was like a bit like strong, which from this dictator named called Benito Mussolini, and it also caused a second war. So the second invasion of Ethiopia, Italy colonies were Libya, Somalia, not Somaliland, because there was a British colony, and Eritrea. But the government wanted Ethiopia, so they invaded Ethiopia the second time. The first one was in 1895, and the Italians defeated Ethiopia, making an Italian colonization. But like not, it was like not an Italian colonization, but like a puppet. But Ethiopia got independence after World War II. So when you colonize a country, that is not very easy because it caused like they will make the country like want independence, and that doesn't want to cause. But during the mid and late 20th centuries, which was during the Cold War, there was a lot of colonies that wanted independence. Some countries caused war for independence. Some war had the deadliest wars, but the deadliest war was the Eritrean War, which was between the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, which was known as Communist Ethiopia, and Eritrea. And so I split into two of them, which are the French and the Portuguese. So France, during the mid-late 20th centuries, there was a lot of French colonies that wanted independence, especially the French, because the French didn't want to collapse their empire. But when Algeria wanted independence from France, the French declined it, so Algeria declared war on France. But Algeria had assistance from NATO, which making Algeria a better chance to get independence from France. And Portugal was the same thing as France, which especially Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, and Mozambique, which wanted independence. But some countries caused a civil war after their independence. So, in which this war was like between the Portuguese colonial war, which it was in 61 to 1975, and the Angolese and the Mozambicans lost, while the Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde stalemate the military with Portugal and making Angola and Mozambique independence from Portugal. So when I said like Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, they were like a union, which caused like a government party. And this is the map I did in Google Drawings. So like the red circles represents the country that caused war for independence. It's not like some of them caused like war for independence. Some of them had like a revolution, like such as like the Romanian Revolution that caused like lots of protests and like some rioting or something. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for bite-sized history lessons. I always find it fascinating to look back at history and wonder, will we ever go back to that era of colonization and slavery? Or are we marching forward to the future of freedoms and the world without borders? Only time will tell. The next speaker is Sasha Chan Lee from Mita International School. Her passion is debating and snowboarding. She's in her school competitive debate team. Her speech title today is, Are We Living in the Orwellian Reality? Welcome, Sasha Chan Lee.
Hello. Today I would like to have a presentation about if we're living in the Orwellian reality. So first, I would like to ask you guys a question. Do you think you have free speech? Raise your hand if you believe you have free speech. Okay. For those who answered yes, I would like to ask another question. Do you think shouting Trump is great and wearing a Make America Great Again cap in the middle of Los Angeles, California is a good idea? Raise your hand if you agree, if this is a good idea. Common knowledge, I'm guessing no. You probably get hostile looks and maybe even get attacked. I believe this is so because we live in a politically fanatic society. Political fanaticism is pretty extreme on social media. Having an unpopular opinion and being vocal and public about it can cost you your career and your reputation. So this is a case of Kalani Hilliker. She is a social media influencer and posted her political beliefs on the US election during November, I believe. And she received exorbitant amounts of hate and even death threats, and she lost a lot of followers. And as you can see in the screenshot, she was quite respectful towards Democrats, but regardless of that, she still gained a lot of hate. And these attacks are a perfect reason why people are afraid of having an unpopular opinion on social media. And this issue on social media connects to the sphere of influence. So I have another question for you all. What or who was the last thing or person who influenced you? Please think about that for a couple of seconds. Did those things include Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or maybe a YouTube video? Raise your hand if that's a yes. Cool, me too sometimes. All of these things have one thing in common, which is, drum roll please, social media. We're influenced by our favorite celebrities and influencers and even political leaders on social media, whether we like it or not. But our favorite celebrities and political leaders may post something on Twitter that is untrue and isn't really proven. So therefore it is unreliable. So it's pretty unreliable compared to an officially published book or a lecture you receive. And why is that? Well, when you publish a book, there's someone who actually goes through the content and actually checks if what you're saying is true, because people are going to learn from that. And even lectures, when you're educating another person, everything has to be true. But if you're posting something on social media, then do people really check like if this is true? Or if an article you read on a website, if everything in there is true? Because most of the time, everybody just believes what they read. And there's no cost of being wrong when you post something on the internet. But when you publish a book or when you're educating someone in an institution, there is a cost for being wrong. So because we're learning, because our main source of knowledge is coming from social media, social media creates an environment where it's hard for us to express ourselves when we have a differing opinion. And if we have an opinion that disagrees with what everybody else agrees, what the rest of the world agrees. So the ironic conclusion is that because of the internet, we can gain so much information for free, but we can't express ourselves for free without a cost. When I mean cost, I'm not talking about currency, I'm talking about our reputation, our career, our safety, our health. And to me, that is quite ironic. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sasha, for your wonderful message. Yes, power of the freedom of free speech come with great responsibility. Naturally follow to the agenda of the day. My next speaker is Asuto Oyama from Kumon Kokusai High School. Asuto is 16 years old. Asuto enjoys reading sci-fi books and playing ukulele in his spare time. He's interested in politics and education reforms in Japan. And his speech title is Wake Up from the Matrix of Social Media. Asuto, are you there with us?
Yeah.
Welcome, Asuto. Yeah. Wake up from the matrix of social media.
Yeah. Wake up from the matrix of social media. Social media and technology are the things that bind us in modern society today. Man was born free, and he is everywhere in chains. A famous quote by the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, which suggests that everywhere you look around in modern society, everyone is held down by their own chains. There are many sorts of chains, from physical chains to mental chains, like one's fear of embarrassment or doubt of one's ability. Today, I'd like to talk about the chains of social media and technology. Technology binds us. This is a very outlandish and controversial statement. However, these same technological advances have led to greater individual freedom. Scientists and innovators have invested years and decades into the development of technology in order to enrich our lives and create efficiency. So how could technology bind us? We are living in the age of social media. But are we able to cope with it? Or are we just consumed and controlled by the perspective set by social media? In the United States, people of minority groups, people with low income, people of color, Black, Latino, any race you name it, have been and still are suffering. This year, many angered people raised their voices and led the Me Too movement, which became huge on Twitter, which focused on sexual harassment by men to women. This also led to the Black Lives Matter movement, which focused on America's systemic racism and police injustice. What do people use social media for? Seems like people are just so obsessed with social media and addicted to certain apps. They have lost their purpose in life. Now, the effect of COVID-19 had on many people's lives are incredible. We stopped seeing each other in person. We see each other online more often. The amount of times one spends looking at a screen has surged. Is this good for us? Is it even possible for us to live without them anymore? I believe too much social media causes us to be immersed in a world set by those platforms, which can be filled with negativity at times. One of my teachers mentioned this in class one day. When it bleeds, it leads. This essentially means that newspapers and social media articles don't necessarily give the full picture of the events happening around us. As a Japanese student following American news on social media, I found this highly disturbing. In fact, I've realized that they bend the truth and focus on someone else's struggles and death just to get the most views and most papers sold. For example, I believe that most protesters from the recent Black Lives Matter movement aren't violent or looting as much as the press reports. But what I hear from the media is the opposite. I'm not saying that they're lying, but they portray these protests as meaningless and violent. This totally undermines free speech and the purpose of media coverage, and the countless people working to reform police and racial injustices in American communities. What can we really do to break these chains from social media? If we don't learn to break these chains, our minds will just grow weaker and we will become more and more dependent on social media. Therefore, I believe that what we need to do right now is to look back at our lives and try not to be consumed by technology. To make sure that we are the ones in control of our lives. We should always try to be aware of real ongoing problems. Don't be submissive to everything you see on social media. Think critically so that we will not be just a cog in the machine of society, but realize your own value and value your own decisions to stay as humane and human as possible. Realize that you're trapped in a matrix created by social media. Wake up from it and take control of your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Asuto, for your wonderful message. I'm so glad that social media is in the forefront of the youth mindset currently. You are 100% right to say that we should use social media consciously. My last but not least youth speaker for today is Jonah Kawai, also from Kumon Kokusai High School. Jonah is 16 years old. He's British Japanese. He would like to pursue international politics and economics in the future. And his speech title today is Finding Yourself in Society. Jonah, are you with us?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep. Jonah, speech title Finding Yourself in Society. Dozo.
Yep. Today I would like to talk about how our mental chains can prevent us from achieving our full potential. Other people's perceptions do not define who we are. We need to develop the strength not to allow other people to tell us who or what we are, and learn to decide who we are for ourselves. Back in elementary school in Japan, I realized that other people have a clear image of what a Japanese person should look like. I have a British mom and a Japanese dad, and although I was born in Japan and have Japanese nationality, I was called a gaijin, or foreigner, and also debu, which means fat. It didn't matter that I told them I was Japanese. They didn't believe me. I used to try to be like everyone else by wearing the same clothes and having the same haircut. But my hair is naturally wavy, and clothes never looked the same on me with my completely different build. I hated being different, and so I bound myself to trying to become my classmates' image of a Japanese boy. I also hated that my mom would make me go to extra English classes on Saturdays when I wanted to be playing. I felt like I was chained to a desk while others were outside in the sunshine. Why was I the only one doing this? It was only making me more different. However, I began to change my way of thinking as I moved up to junior high school. First of all, I found there were positives in looking the way I do. My height and weight gave me great advantages in my chosen sport, basketball. And I can also wear clothes from the UK and the USA, and they fit my shape perfectly. I stopped caring about looking different from others, and found I could shake off other people's negative comments. I noticed that cruel comments say more about the person who says them than the person they're aimed at. But more importantly, I finally understood that being able to speak, read, and write English was a gift. I could make friends with the exchange students that came to my school from India, Malaysia, and many other countries. My school participates in the Model United Nations program, and I was able to travel to Singapore and make friends from around the world. I began to notice other subtle advantages too. Being bilingual lets me watch movies in the original language, watch English-speaking YouTubers, get the news in 2 languages, and properly understand the lyrics of English songs. Being bilingual doesn't feel like a chain of kryptonite around my neck, but more like a superpower. Reflecting on what has caused this change in my confidence, I realized that it's come from within. Finding a way to like myself for what I have, instead of constantly striving to be something I can never be, has made all the difference. It certainly helped that people began to call me Hafu instead of Gaijin. But really, it doesn't matter. I don't define myself in categories made for me by society. I'm just me. That is the greatest freedom. Finally, I don't want the speech to end up being all about me. I want to shout out encouragement to any other chubby Hartford kids out there and tell them, find what is good about being yourself, then no one can chain you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah, for such a powerful, impactful mindset message. Confidence comes from within. I truly admire you for such a powerful insight. Thank you to all my youth speakers for your courage to step up and share your beautiful stories. We're now going to spend a minute to vote and write encouraging comment to our youth speakers. For the audience in the room, you will notice there's a printed form on your table. Or if you are tech savvy, you can use your phone or iPad to scan the QR code on the form and access the online forms. For virtual attendees, please click on the link that Drew sent you for voting and comments. And Toastmaster Yeon Sung will help me collecting and counting the votes for today. Meanwhile, I would like to invite all you speakers to come up and receive your certificate of participation. And we will announce the winner at the end of the meeting. So can I invite Ken, Stefan, and Sascha to come up to receive your certificate of participation now. And for Asuto, Leilani, and Jonah, I have your certificate here, and I will send it to your home address. Okay, we are now moving on to the next part of our meeting. Speeches from Toastmasters. My first Toastmaster speaker today is Toastmaster Puyen Lee. Puyen is a girl who is gritty in pursuing her dreams, a mother who lived consciously, a leader with a vision and a courage to lead others, to create internal as well as external environments filled with self-confidence and self-love. Her speech title today is Unpaid Work, What We Can Do to Rebalance. Very welcome, Toastmaster Puyen.
Unpaid work. Are you all familiar with this phrase? Show of hands? Great. According to United Nations Women, unpaid work stretches across cleaning and cooking to looking after children and the elderly. Unpaid work is widely recognized as the backbone to thriving families, communities, and economies. So important that if we are to stop doing unpaid work, our global economies would collapse and our society would stop functioning. Unpaid work is carried out across men and women. Though as a matter of fact, women do most of the unpaid work across the world, so much that our time to learn and relax, to engage with paid work, gets compromised. Have we all wondered why women are the main contributors of unpaid work? There are probably many versions of answers to this question, and my personal story is this. Growing up as third-generation Chinese in Malaysia, with a culture where boys are meant to be looked after by girls at home, I still have this memory deep inside me where I got shouted at by my mom for not tidying up my bed. When I asked, "What about my two other brothers?" her response was, "Well, first, you are a girl. Boys can be opted out because girls would do the tidying up for them." No way. I disagreed with it, and I still disagree with it to this day. But despite that, for years growing up,
I witnessed through my eyes, watching my mom tidying up my brother's beds, was I got disciplined if I did not. Despite the rage on the unfairness deep inside me, the experience did something far bigger to me. Specifically, a seed was planted in me. This seed was a belief that girls are responsible for household work at home, when boys not. Over the years, the seed sprouted. It grew and spread all over inside me. So strong and powerful that instead of continuing to question and challenge the status quo, the subconscious me accepted it as a way of being. And this subconscious belief led me through into my adulthood, my marriage, and my parenting to my 2 young children. Have you all experienced something similar before? Where we subconsciously led the beliefs, the thoughts, the experience from young to lead our lives to this day without questioning them? Until last year, I didn't believe that asking for a change around household work was available to me. When COVID came, most of our lives got shook up like a major earthquake. Suddenly, access to external childcare became unavailable. Offices were closed. All of us had to work, live, and learn at home. It all just got too much, where I decided that a decision ought to be made to strike this imbalance. And this is what I did. I was fortunate enough at the time to be learning about mindset and loop of thoughts. I realized, yes, there is some inner work I can do inside me to address this rebalance. So I learned and stopped believing that I am the only one who should be doing all the household work. I replaced it with a new belief that a household is effectively maintained as a team. So I had to learn and practice to reach out to my husband and my children for help and support. As a result, I got a gift. This gift is what we call time. T-I-M-E, time. I leveraged the time I gained to learn and grow, including getting myself trained as a therapist recently. On reflection, if I had not made that decision inside me to have this change, the story and the experience I'm sharing with you today wouldn't have been possible to begin with. To address the existing imbalance of the spread of unpaid work between men and women, there is a question I believe we all should ask here, whether you are a male or a female. That is, do we still think the existing imbalance of unpaid work spread across men and women should continue? Is now the time to question the status quo? Above all, let this advice be my gift to you today. People treat us based on how they see us treating ourselves. Let us own that decision to decide how much unpaid work we are to do and stop blindly following what others tell us how much we should do. Ultimately, we are the masters of our own life and the driver of our soul. Choose what feels right for us right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toastmaster Puyen. I didn't realize negotiating housework with my husband was an option. Now I know. Conversation with my husband tonight after the meeting. My next speaker of the night is Toastmaster Betsy Rogers. Betsy has been living in Tokyo for 19 years. She has background in Chinese, economics, history, and political science. Currently, she runs JMEC, which stands for Japan Market Expansion Competitions. Her speech title today is Developing Countries. Very welcome, Betsy Rogers.
Is this okay? Yeah. Better. Excellent. Thank you. First of all, to our young speech makers, thank you for one, participating tonight. And two, I think I voted for all of you. And I'm just so impressed. So thank you for being leaders in this community and for helping the world, make the world a better place. So a round of applause to them. Have you all been to the beach? Has everyone been to the beach? And you lie out your towel, and it's a warm, sunny day. And when you put your head down and you scratch in the sand, you can hear the squeak and feel the soft sands. And then you might fall asleep and wake up with a lot of drool, as it's so relaxing. 2 summers ago, I was on the Mediterranean with my daughter and watching her surf. And I was relaxing, and I was just like putting my hands in the sand and picking it up. And I noticed a little bright red fleck. I thought it was sea glass. I would go to the summers in Maine, and if you found red sea glass, that was gold, then light blue, then green, then brown. But then I noticed that it wasn't a fleck of glass. It was a piece of plastic. I was like, huh. And then that brought my attention to another piece that was a blue. I'm like, ooh, that's worth a lot. Oh, but it's also a piece of plastic. And I suddenly then looked a little bit closer and noticed the pieces of plastic were ingrained in the sand. This was now the new norm in the Mediterranean. I'm 50 years old. And when I was your age, 8 years old, I remember all the advertisements of an Indian sitting on a horse overlooking a river with a big highway going underneath, a tear shedding from his face as he's looking at a stream littered with 7-Up cans, Sprite cans, and Tab, which no longer exists. Those were PSAs, public service announcements. Today, we don't watch a common TV. We all watch YouTubes of 10,000 million channels. We don't have a common thread. There is no public service announcement in America. In Japan, we have NHK. But my point is, I even know, give a hoot, don't pollute, Woodsy Owl is here to stay. We were taught about trash, about gomi. We knew, don't throw it in the river, recycle. I'm 50, that's 40 years ago. Today, as you said to the first speaker, we have our turtles with straws. And here we are at the Tokyo American Club, a well-to-do club, and we're serving you these straws for your turtle. I apologize, turtle. Gomenasai. Kame wa gomenasai. Kame janai. I love trash. Actually, I met one of my good friends here, Karen Coons, on a trash tour of Minato. Yes, I'm not kidding. You can go see the incinerator that incinerates and burns all of our trash. This must have been about 10 years ago. And there are actually people who pull the wire rings off your wine bottles. They were saying, oh, taihen desu ne. The wine imports have gone up. We are so busy, literally pulling them off. Our problem has not subsided. Our actions have not increased. The companies have not changed their habits. But we can always change. As Puen said, we can change that dialogue. Every little action is important. Every decision you make is important. So when you go to Starbucks, can you still go to Starbucks? Of course. But just don't get the takeout with the plastic lid. Sit down with your friend and have the conversation. Or, should you buy those products from all the ESGs and the environmentally stable companies? No, just don't buy. Mend your socks. Wear your jeans until your butt is showing. Wear your shoes until your toes show. Of course, that's not going to happen in Minato-ku. I get that. But the point is, don't be shy about borrowing your sister's dress for the dance. Don't be shy about what you need to do. Okay? So yes, make the difference and keep a turtle safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Bessie, for your consolidated message continuing on the theme. I love it. I love all the trash stories in Japan. Something that I could never forget. That I went to indoor play centers in Japan, changed my baby diapers, and I was told I had to take it home. You cannot leave it in the play centers. That's the rule here. Fascinating. My next speaker is Toastmaster Setsuko Fujiyama from Miyajima Island in Hiroshima. Have you been to this island in Hiroshima? The island, known as the Shrine Island, is famous for the Hitsukushima Shrine, declared as UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Site in 1996. Her speech title is Disabled. She delivered this speech in Washington, D.C. in 2006, at United Nations in New York in 2013, and at the World Down Syndrome Congress in Scotland in 2018. She is delighted at the opportunity to share with us her story again today. Very welcome, Toastmaster Setsuko Fujiyama.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Fujiyama-san, could you sit back so we can see you? At the moment, we can only see your chest at the moment. Could you position your camera so we can see you, your face? Can you sit back further? Can you sit back a little bit further? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
May I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have 2 children. This is my daughter, Seiko, 10 years old, and she's working in Hiroshima. And this is my son, Shinichi, 35 years old, and he's working in Osaka. As you can see, my daughter, she looks very happy. And people call a person like her disabled or handicapped. But I'm always wondering why we call them disabled or disabled. They cannot do anything. Yes, they can do many things. But there are many who would say, yes, they can, but they can do less than we do. But I think it's not always right. To prove it, I want to tell you 2 stories. First story, when my son was 8 years old, he had a lesson about disabled people at school. They had a guest on the wheelchair, and they had a good time. At the end of the lesson, the teacher said to him, Shinichi, your sister Seiko is also disabled, isn't she? He was astonished and ran back home and said to me, Mother, did you know my sister Seiko is disabled? Did you know that? I had no words to tell him. So I asked him, what do you think disabled people are like? He was quiet for a while and said, they need some help. How about Seiko? I asked. He was quiet again and said, no, she does not need help. Mother, I need a lot of help. Look, my room is always a mess and you help me, but her room is clean. I always forget many things to take to school and you help me, but she never does. And, well, anyway, I need more help than she does. From living with her since he was born, he learned his sister Seiko is more able than he is in everyday life. The second story, when my son was 10 years old, we parents visited his class to watch the lesson. Children were very happy to raise their hand to answer the teacher's questions. But there was only one who never raised his hand. That's my son. At the end of the lesson, the teacher said to him, Shinji, why don't you say something? Tell us something. Why do I have to say something? Tell me why, he said to the teacher. Oh, I didn't know what to do. At home, I asked him, why were you so mean to the teacher? He stared at me and said, because I have no good points, that's why. What? You have a lot of good points? Oh, tell me, what's my good point? My sister Seiko has a lot of good points, but tell me, what's my good point? I couldn't think of any good points of both of my children. So I asked him, what's Seiko's good point? Oh, mother, she can make you and father smile and happy, and the teachers and children at school smile and look happy when they see her. I cannot. Mother, that's my good point. Oh, I couldn't answer. At last I said, well, you can read, you can write, and you can do some calculations. Oh, mother, that's not the thing we are talking about. He learned his sister Seiko is more able than he is to make others happy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say we cannot compare one person to another. We cannot say one person is more able than others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toastmaster Fuyuyama-san, for sharing your story about your children. That was beautiful. Thank you. My next speaker is Toastmaster Makoto Ishiwata. Makoto has participated and won in several speech contests. He's the owner and president of an English school called Forward. And speech title today is Life's Blueprint. Very welcome, Toastmaster Makoto Ishiwata.
I was 18 when I decided to study English. It was a big challenge for me because I used to play baseball in high school. And if you know about Japanese baseball clubs, if you join them, you don't study. Just play baseball every day. And that was the life I was leading. But then I graduated from high school and I wanted to enter the university. And in Japan, you have to take an English exam to go to the university. And I faced a big challenge, and I was at the bookstore and found a book written by Dr. Toru Matsumoto, who was the president of one of the most Spartan schools, English schools in Japan. And I decided to enter there just to give it a try. In the school, I could never speak Japanese. If I happened to say, hi, I had to pay 1,000 yen. Itai, 1,000 yen. So at home I practiced. Ouch, ouch, you know. So I don't speak English, but I couldn't speak any English, so basically I was quiet. One thing that motivated me, though, was reciting speeches. One of the requirements was to recite speeches by Lincoln. 7 years ago. Our fathers, I didn't really understand it, but one strength I had was my voice. Because I played baseball, my voice was strong. John F. Kennedy's inaugural address. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I learned as if I am a capable speaker. But then one speech that changed my life was Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. And to make a long story short, I'm now the owner of the school, and I've been teaching a lot of speeches and helping students recite speeches. And one of my favorite speeches are all from Dr. Martin Luther King. The words are not just strong, but so courageous. I think about this all the time. By speaking the words, he inspired people all over the world, but at the same time, his words risked lives of not just himself, but his family members, his supporters, but still, he thought he had to speak out and speak. And I'm teaching English, and I'm still learning English. I think I need to learn this courage. So his speech gives me a lot of courage. This year, because of this pandemic, everybody is facing uncertainty. So I decided to ask students to practice his speech titled Life's Blueprint. It's known as Life's Blueprint, and this speech was delivered 6 months before he was assassinated. He was giving this speech to middle high school students in America. But the fact is, he was giving this speech all his life. Today I'm going to recite part of his speech for 1 minute, but this part of the speech was given to him when he was 14. Dr. King was just 14 when he was admitted to college, Morehouse College in Georgia, Atlanta. And the president then is Benjamin Mays. Benjamin Mays' parents were slaves, and he gave a lot of influence to Dr. King when he was 14. And I don't want to talk too much, but Benjamin Mays wanted Dr. King to be the president of Morehouse College later. But because of the teaching of Benjamin Mays, Dr. King said, I'm going to be the best of whatever I am, and I want to do what I need to do and change the society rather than being the president of the university. Once again, this speech title is Life's Blueprint, and he put it this way 6 months before he was assassinated. In life, we need structure. Like any good building needs a good structure. We need structure. And in our blueprints, he said there are 3 important things. One is self-esteem. You have to love who you are. And 2, brotherhood. You have to love not yourself, but others. And he was teaching the importance of love and importance of love to the society to change the society. So he was talking about self-love, love to others, and the third thing he was talking about was importance of achieving excellence. Each individual, no matter what we do, must achieve excellence. And by reciting this speech, I was encouraged this year, and all my students say, wow, they loved the speech. At the beginning, they said, what is this? But they loved the speech. Again, I'm just going to recite 1 minute. He went over, at the end, a poem by Douglas Malloch. He was a poet, American poet in the 19th century. He was a nature man, and he was talking about nature, and Dr. King liked this poem too. So I hope you enjoyed my recitation of Dr. King's Life's Blueprint. In your life's blueprint, you must have as the basic principle to achieve excellence in your various fields of endeavor. Set out to do a good job and do that job so well that the living, the dead, or the unborn couldn't do it any better. If it falls your lot to be a street sweeper, sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets like Leontine Price sings before the Metropolitan Opera. And sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley. But be the best little scrub on the side of the rail. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it isn't by size that you win or you fail. Be the best of whatever you are.
Toastmaster Makoto, have you considered acting? I think I stopped breathing for a minute when you recite the speech. I couldn't take my eyes off you. My next speaker is Toastmaster Karen Kins. Karen has been living in Tokyo for 13 years. She's a retired attorney and an active volunteer. She loves all things Japanese. Her speech title today is Learning to Listen. COVID-19 has taught us how important it is to stay connected. So let's explore the powerful skill of listening with Karen Kins. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here tonight for World Speech Day. And I offer a challenge to everybody listening tonight. Can you say less? Did you know that one of the most powerful tools in your communication toolbox is the ability to listen? Now, why is listening important? There's lots of reasons. One is when you listen, you open yourself up to learn something new. When you speak, you're basically repeating what you already know. I think it's proven that good leaders are good listeners. Think about when you're in a group. When are you the most content? Isn't it when your ideas are heard? I think if you become a better listener, you'll also become a more compassionate person because you'll spend time learning about how your friends and family and coworkers feel about things. And I think in this pandemic, one of the things I've learned is personal relationships are so important to me. I've missed my family that's far away, and I've spent an inordinate amount of time with my family that's close by. And I think good listening builds strong relationships. So, what do good listeners do? Well, I thought I'd talk about 2 points today. The first point I call, it's not about you. What I mean when I say that is, have you ever been in a situation where someone's talking to you and the whole time there's a dialogue inside your brain saying, oh, I got to come up with a good response. Oh, I had a similar experience. Ooh, I know the perfect thing to say. I'm going to sound so smart when she's done. Imagine this. What if I went to work and I said to my coworker, I just got off the phone this morning with my mom, and our dog Lucy passed away. She was 16, and she got me through middle school and high school. And I don't know how I'm going to make it through today, knowing she's gone. Coworker A says, don't worry about it. You know, when I was 12, my turtle passed away, and I got home from school, and my mom gave me a box. It was like this big. So I put the turtle inside, and I went outside, and I dug a little hole, and I put the box inside, and I put some dirt over it, and I think I put a stone on top. And really, in 2 or 3 days, I totally forgot about that turtle. Coworker B says, oh, I can hear the pain in your voice. When you get a chance, want to grab a coffee? I'd love to hear a story about Lucy. So remember, don't make it about you. The second tip that I would offer, no judgment. This is a hard one too. Many people feel the value they bring to a conversation is their ability to give an opinion. I believe sometimes the most valuable asset is just the ability to be there and listen. Imagine you're in school and a classmate comes out of class. They're so frustrated and they say, "Oh my gosh, the science teacher embarrassed me in front of everybody and said our class project was the worst one he'd ever seen. I spent 2 weeks working on my slides and I animated all my characters." Now, some of my team members were busy. They didn't have time to do that, so they did stick figures that were all black and white. And now that I think about it, it didn't really mesh very well together. Classmate A says, "Oh my gosh, that teacher's so harsh. Don't listen to anything he says. And don't forget, you got to be the star by having the animated slides. That's what you should focus on." Now imagine classmate B. "Oh, I can tell how frustrated you are. I know you worked really hard on that project because I saw you in the library all last week. Well, maybe tomorrow you'll have a better day. So try to hold back your judgments." So my challenge to everybody in the room tonight, when you leave here, you go back to be with your friends and family. Try to focus on listening. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Karen Kens. I think my husband needs to listen to your speech. My next speaker is Toastmaster Riza Demakali. Riza joined Toastmaster immediately upon arriving Tokyo from California 5 years ago with her husband Brian Burns, who is here tonight and maybe will join Toastmaster in the future. Her speech title is The Color Purple. Welcome, Toastmaster Riza Demakali.
Thank you. And just for the record, my husband does a lot of unpaid work. Applause, applause for unpaid work. In her Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, American writer Alice Walker has a famous quote, and it goes like this: "I think God gets angry when you walk past the color purple in a field somewhere and don't notice it." Written in 1983, The Color Purple addresses epic and overwhelming challenges such as racism, abuse, inequality that we face today through the eyes of the main character, Celie. Set in the 1930s in rural state of Georgia in the south of the United States, Celie endures unbelievable and horrific abuse in her family and in her marriage. This sad and desolate character seeks solace and comfort by writing letters to God, whom she believes has forgotten her. But the quote in The Color Purple comes from another character, the happy and glamorous Shug, short for sugar. As she and Celie become friends, Shug tries to convince Celie, someone who has experienced immense pain in her life, that God actually wants her to be happy, that there are signs of beauty that are sent to her every day, and all she has to do is notice it. It is Shug that says, "I think God gets angry when you walk past the color purple in a field somewhere and you don't notice it." This short quote from an epic novel serves as a reminder to us to stop and appreciate the beauty that is set before us every day. And I know in a particularly tough year and one where we have seen the world's problems come front and center, it may be difficult to see beauty and find peace during these times. But can we stop for a moment and say, gosh, what a beautiful shade of purple in that flower that we see on the road? Or see the pink in a child's cheeks and be delighted. Or just look up at a sky and see, gosh, that's pretty darn blue, whatever the color is. Every day, ask yourself, where did I see God today? Or if you don't believe in God, ask yourself, where did I see the wonder in the world today? Last week, I was in a crowded Tokyo train and I was fretting with my mask because I was freaking out. There were too many people on the train. And through this crowd, I saw a sea of gray and black clothing, but I noticed this woman's shoes. They were yellow. I too had just bought a pair of yellow shoes, and I was so delighted that I had made this incredible connection with a complete stranger in a crowded Tokyo train who had woken up that morning and said, I'm going to put on a pair of yellow shoes today. It was small and trivial, but I felt an instant flash of joy. Imagine how many flashes of joy we can have in one day just by noticing. When you are feeling down because of our loss of freedom, or because we're missing our family, or you're trapped in the matrix of social media, why don't you just stop for a moment and be open to unexpected surprises and be delighted in beauty that presents itself? No matter what the color is, from yellow to purple, be open. Despite the world's problems, the world, the forest, God, whatever you might believe in, it's trying very hard to make you happy. All you have to do is stop and notice.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Isadora Khawi. Absolutely right. Stop and notice in the midst of when we're feeling down, or just an act of every day. That reminds me that my children are very good at noticing. They often ask, did you see the moon today? I was like, and then I look up. So they are very good at teaching me to stop and notice. My next speaker is Toastmaster Matt Poehler. Matt. Matt Poehler has been living in Japan with his wife a number of years in Tokyo. He works as a finance for a company called Apple. We all know. His speech title today is The Power of Mentoring. Very welcome, Toastmaster Matt Poehler. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trin. So does everyone know that it's Women's History Month? That's good. So Women's History Month is a month to celebrate women that have pushed progress forward in history. And those of us who live in Japan know that progress is a long ways away for many women. The latest Global Gender Gap Report that came out last year, which measures women's progress among 4 dimensions: educational attainment, economic opportunity, political representation, and health outcomes, ranks Japan 121st out of 153 countries, right between those progressive countries, United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. So Japan has a long ways to go. Why do we think that is? Many Japanese companies and the political environment has a traditional power structure. It all too often rewards seniority and time spent in the office or the golf course or the pub versus results and competence. And when a woman wants to start a family, often they're subject to something called maternity harassment and they end up quitting their job. If they do take maternity leave, they come back and often find that childcare is hard to come by. It's interesting that paternity leave in Japan is actually one of the best systems in the world with ample leave, but only 5% of men in Japan actually take advantage and take paternity leave. So as a result, all of this burden, or most of the burden, typically falls on the women. So this unpaid work, as Puyen would say, is borne by the woman in the majority of cases. And what happens is 70% of females that go on maternity leave the workforce for at least 10 years. Many never come back, and those that do find their careers stunted and it's hard to get back on track. In Japan, only 8% of managers in corporations are made up of females. Only 10% of congressional positions are filled by females, which means at the top level of the power structure, there's not enough critical mass to move structural change forward. So all seems pretty hopeless, right? Well, there is something we can do. Mentoring is an accelerator for women's careers. A study by Cisco Systems, the technology company in the Bay Area, looked at mentoring over a 7-year period. So they looked at 1,000 people who had access to mentoring versus a control group of people who did not. They found the people who had mentoring were promoted 5 times more often than those that were not, and had a 40% higher attrition rate. That means they stayed in the company longer. Another study by Cornell University looked at a host of different programs offered by companies, including mentoring, targeted recruiting, experience-based training, and they found mentoring was at least twice as effective in the promotion and retention of women and underrepresented minorities. Mentoring just works. So who are mentors? Could it be a lot of us in the room? A lot of future mentors probably in the youth contingent? Mentors are people who are credible, respectful, and most importantly, willing to learn and help.
Is laser focused on themselves and what they want right now. For the 2-year-old, it's the Truman Show, they're Truman and they know it. The sun rises only for them. Everything that happens is for them. And at 2, they have a voice. It has been their experience for the entirety of their very short life. You have been their servant. So for the parent, neighbor, friend, anyone in the vicinity of the kingly 2-year-old, I say the terrible twos and the tantrums are necessary. We have to be the teachers that the world does not revolve just around them. But it is a hard lesson, a very hard lesson. and they don't like it. The tears come, the frustration has to be accepted and acknowledged. How do we do it? I say start early. As soon as they can speak, say no. And under pain of death, do not change that no to a yes, for you will awake the gambler within the child. And they are very good gamblers. If they think there is even the slimmest chance that you will change that no to a yes, they will ask 67 times, can they watch TV? Say it once. This is the most valuable advice I got as a parent. Say it once, clearly, and then take action. You say, get down off that chair. And then you go over and you put them on the floor. For repeating is futile. And the lesson you teach, the more you repeat, is you are not worthy of listening. Now, sometimes life is going swimmingly and everything is very comfortable, and yet the 2-year-old is unhappy. And at this point, you as the parent, I say, make it more uncomfortable. Take away a teddy. Take away a blankie. Put them in the crib. Close the door. Turn off the lights. You have to be the teacher. You may think, well, this is very mean advice. But you and I both know you are not the meanest thing your child will ever come across. And you will be strengthening the child. For the child who comes across adversity late in life, like the Titanic, may sink. Back to you, Toastmaster Trent.
Thank you, Toastmaster Christina. You are not here. We were laughing in raw in here in this meeting room. I can totally relate to the stories. I have two of the 2-year-olds in my household at the moment, actually. Fascinating. Now, thank you very much to everyone, all the speakers, for your wonderful stories, your powerful message, and your impactful ideas. I think now it's time to reveal the best youth speakers of the night. I'm going to pass the microphone to Toastmaster Yeon Sung, who will announce the winner of the night. No. Okay, go. Do you want to go to? Sure, I will have that up. So you do the second place. Okay.
Hello. So I'm going to announce the second place of Youth Competition Award Speech Day 2021. The second place goes to Jonah Kawai.
Jonah Kawai,
And for the same competition, the first place goes to Sasha Chantley.
Congratulations, Sasha and Jonah, for winning the competition. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Toastmaster Puyen, Toastmaster Christina, and Toastmaster Justin, and Du Dramdren and all the parents of Youth Toastmaster program. Without your support, the Youth Toastmaster program cannot emerge. So thank you very, very much for your support. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the event tonight. Thank you, Drew, for your huge support of the event. Without you, this event cannot succeed. Thank you to World Speech Day organizers, Susanna and Peter, for giving us an opportunity to be part of the global event. I hope the evening gives us some food for thought and some impactful ideas that we can act now to make the world a better place tomorrow. See you, Toastmasters, for our next Toastmaster meeting in April. See you.
Stream you right now.
It has been a year since COVID pandemic and many countries are still under lockdown. For everyone listening to this speech, I have a message to you. Crisis can unite us for higher purpose. Taiwan can help. We all can help. Last September, I went back to Taiwan to visit my family after being separated for 8 months in Singapore. Life in Taiwan, strangely, seems too normal, yet abnormal. The country never experienced any lockdown, and all the schools are open as usual. Concerts with thousands of audience still go on, as well as many big events. If you still remember, Taiwan even donated over 50 million of masks to support medical workers in 80 countries. Is it Taiwan simply too lucky to have very minimum COVID patients? No. Taiwan took early prevention. Even as early as 2020 New Year time, when I visited there, people already put on their mask when they took public transportation. Why did Taiwan react so differently compared to the rest of the world? This has to credit to a horrible crisis of SARS outbreak back in 2003. At the time, a hospital in Taipei was locked down unexpectedly to contain the spread of SARS. The government didn't know how to handle the crisis, and many people died, including the sacrifice of doctors and medical workers. It was a shared sorrow and horrible memory for all Taiwanese people. But something good comes out of every crisis. When Taiwan knew about the COVID crisis, not just the government kicked off the preparation, the public take actions to protect themselves, the society focused on how to solve the problem together. To protect the medical frontline, many experts from different backgrounds collaborate together to share their domain knowledge and supply chain resources, even though they are competitors in commercial world. They put down personal agenda and team up in the name of one simple purpose: humanity. The collective intelligence helped to achieve amazing results. Not just the COVID and mask, it is the production capacity. There are many other examples. For instance, a robot design was integrated into PCR test process, and the collaboration came across the border to bring more international expertise. A Taiwanese doctor shared his innovative box design to prevent the transmission of COVID virus during a very risky incubation process. Many experts over the world came to join the remote collaboration to make it better and better. The product was upgraded for 5 times and recommended by Boston Medical Center. It's now being used over 100 countries. to join force against COVID impact. Personally, I'm helping a Taiwanese medical professor to promote Chinese Tai Chi, that we believe Tai Chi can help reduce long COVID symptoms. According to his medical research and many medical evidence, Tai Chi can improve lung functions and reduce mental stress. We are now getting more international collaboration testing with Canada, Spain, and Malaysia. Once we get good results, we will share this digital learning for free. Never let a crisis into a West. With a big sense of purpose for humanity and common vision, we can unite the collaborative intelligence to help innovations. We have reached a crossroad. Unlike any other in human history, there are many global challenges such as poverty, aging, and climate change. With high purpose, we can collaborate better, join force together, and across the private and sector barriers to fight together. Please join me. Taiwan can help. We all can help. Thank you.
Victoria, community halls, even cafes, proving the unique power of speeches to explore new ideas. Hari Pengucapan Sedunia telah berkembang dan menjadi semakin terkenal, bukan kerana kekuatan ahli jawatan kuasa yang membangunkannya, akan tetapi ia menjadi terkenal ekoran daripada kerjasama semua pihak yang membentuk rantaian struktur community yang erat. Kerja keras dan usaha gigi para perwakilan negara dan pihak penganjur telah menjadikan Hari Pengucapan Sedunia sebuah kejayaan.
Hari Pengucapan Sedunia mempromosikan aktiviti pengucapan awam secara langsung di lebih 100 buah negara di seluruh dunia. Ianya adalah merupakan sebuah platform di mana orang ramai digalakkan untuk memberikan ucapan dan berkongsi idea dan pendapat mereka. Antara kejayaan program ini adalah kerjasama bersama sekolah-sekolah yang mengambil langkah proaktif dalam membudayakan aktiviti pengucapan awam di kalangan murid tidak kira bangsa, bahasa maupun benua.
Today, we are so fortunate to be having 30 speakers that are going to deliver their speeches in English, French, Malay, Dusun, Mandarin, Arabic, Japanese, Bahasa Indonesia, Kadazan, Iban, and Kadayan. That is 11 languages, ladies and gentlemen. Now some basic rules of speech presentations. You are only speak in the language you have chosen. Do not mix it with another language. Speak within the time you have chosen. Example, either 3, 4, or 5 minutes or thereabout. In any case, you are not allowed to speak for more than 5 minutes.
Okay, so done with the rules, ladies and gentlemen. Let us put our hands together and welcome Mr. Azhar Osman to deliver his opening remarks as the organizing chairman of World Speech Day 2021 Labuan. Over to you, Mr. Azhar.
Woodrow Wilson once said, "You are not here merely to make a living. You are here in order to enable the world to live more amply, with greater vision, with a finer spirit of hope and achievement. You are here to enrich the world, and you impoverish yourself if you forget the errand." Thank you, MC Zul. Distinguished Toastmaster Susanna Ko, District 87 Director, Keith Ko Kinajil, President of Labuan Toastmasters Club, Encik Ismail Abdullah, Principal of SMK Labuan, Wan Fadlin Aimuni Binting, the Principal of Labuan International School, ladies and gentlemen. World Speech Day is a day to celebrate speeches and speech making through public speaking events across the globe on 15 March. Speakers from over 100 countries are participating in this year's events. Labuan Toastmasters Club is pleased to be the World Speech Day 2021 partner. For our event, the theme chosen is hope. In this difficult time, it is apt and vital for us to be hopeful and positive in facing the unprecedented challenges facing us. As the organizing chair, I'm honored to be involved and ecstatic with the opportunity to work with all of you and to listen to all the speeches. Our event is being streamed live on Facebook page of Labuan Toastmasters Club and the YouTube channel of WSD Live. Such exposure is invaluable for us, the unexpected voices, giving us the rare opportunity to air our views to a global audience. It is also historic that for the first time, that all World Speech Day events this year are held virtually around the world. 30 speakers will participate this evening. They come from a myriad of background, age range, experience, and location. 11 languages and dialects will be spoken, from English and French to Dusun and Kadaya, our local dialects. Another 15 speakers comprising of students will pre-record their speech and have their speeches uploaded onto Labuan Toastmasters Club Facebook page tomorrow. I guarantee you this will be fun and colorful. This event would not be successful without the support of dedicated teams and individuals from so many places. First and foremost, you, the speakers, for supporting us. Thank you. The World Speech Day Global Organizer for giving us the platform to telecast this event live. Thank you, Peter Ng and your team. The coordinators from SMK Labuan, Labuan International School, and Labuan Society. And last but certainly not the least, our hardworking team from Labuan Toastmasters Club and other clubs. Thank you all for your invaluable contribution. With that, I end my speech. Please listen to the speakers and enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Azhar, for that opening remarks. Now, for the benefit of the audience, our event tonight will be divided into 3 segments. Each segment will have around 10 speakers that will be speaking for around 4 minutes. Now, let's start the show with welcoming our first speaker. Now, our first speaker is from Kuala Lumpur. Currently, he is an academic lead in drones technology. His speech will be in English with a duration of 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Ravindran Subramaniam with his speech, Hopefully or Hopelessly. Over to you, Ravindran.
Would you want to live your life hopefully or hopelessly? Originating from the same root word, hope, but miles apart in meaning, right? Nonetheless, in between the pages of one's own book of hopefulness and hopelessness, his pages can be filled with a future that's open-ended and shapeable by human action. One's own action, that is. And so in a world where its very nature is uncertainty, would you choose to live hopefully or hopelessly? We all go through situations that appear hopeless. Yet, we must remain in total control. For that makes the difference between hopelessness and hopefulness. Take your minds back to say when you were a baby taking the first step. Did you rise each time you fell, which I'm absolutely sure, or did you give up thinking that it would be hopeless? And so it is so with the rest of our life. We rise each time we fall. Let me share with you one example from the many occasions in my life that had floored me for a moment. Come December 2019, I lost my job. It was an announcement that preceded the MCO and made things worse, even before the MCO settled in. How did you think I reacted? Hopefully, or I felt hopeless about the situation. Well, the truth of the matter is, without hesitation, I immediately signed on to be a Grab car driver. But what do I have to lose? It's still a job. Of course, I do agree there's no glamour there. More so when I come from the flying background. But it helped put food on the table and pay the bills. And even better still, I was able to go and see my ailing mother during the MCO period when others were not free to move around. they were trapped with the various police checkpoints littered around the city. Come about 9 months later, I saw an advertisement for a job as a drone pilot. And I asked myself, how do I react? Hopefully or hopelessly? For I knew nothing about drones then. All I could do was to fly a light aircraft. But me being me, I still applied and turned up for the interview. With a fake it till you make it type of attitude, I thought I did well. And do you think I got the job? No, I did not get the job. But, I was offered a 15 days free training program on drone piloting for my enthusiasm. And lo and behold, within the first week, they were so impressed because there was hope written all over my face, they gave me a job right on the spot. Look who's courting me now. It's no more me looking at them hopelessly. They were looking at me hopefully. I took on the job. Within a matter of 4 months, my titles changed from academic lead to head of drone robotics zone to now chief remote pilot. So ladies and gentlemen, when life hits you hard, bounce back with hope. Don't ever give up. Trust me on that. Don't let your guts down. Rise with hope and you will be rewarded, hopefully. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much for that speech, Ravindran. Our next speaker is from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. She is an insurance planner, and her speech will be delivered in Malay with a duration of 5 minutes. Hadirin sekalian, majlis terusnya menjemput Saudari Joanna Tang untuk menyampaikan ucapan beliau yang bertajuk Keazaman Pembawa Harapan. Majlis mempersilakan.
Pada 1 Januari tahun ini, saya mengalami satu kemalangan. Saya jatuh dari tangga dan tangan saya amat sakit. Saya dikejarkan ke hospital dan pada malam itu saya mengalami beberapa ujian dan doktor telah memutuskan untuk melakukan pembedahan ke tangan kanan saya. Saya rasa itu bukan satu pengalaman yang bagus pada hari pertama 2021. Saya telah jatuh dan mengalami retakan pada pergelangan tangan saya dan juga tulang di sini. Jadi yang paling baik ialah untuk membuat pembedahan dan memasukkan besi ke dalam tangan saya. Pada 2 Januari saya telah menjalani pembedahan dan saya diarahkan balik ke rumah pada 3 Januari. Selepas 3 Januari, pada masa itulah perjalanan saya untuk memulihkan pergerakan tangan saya bermula. Saraf-saraf jari saya menjadi keras dan doktor telah mengarahkan saya membuat senaman jari setiap hari di rumah. Disebabkan saya ada luka di sini dan luka itu memerlukan sebulan untuk sembuh. Pergerakan tangan saya amatlah terhad dan setiap pergerakan, setiap senaman saya buat dengan jari saya adalah amat menyakiti. Mungkin pada anda pergerakan biasa seperti ini sangat senang, tapi pada saya itu adalah satu seksaan setiap hari. Dan selepas 1 bulan saya berjumpa dengan doktor, beliau tidaklah puas hati dengan perkembangan saya. Dan disebabkan ada hari Tahun Baru Cina pada Februari. Jadi Total telah memberi cuti sebanyak 10 hari kepada saya sebelum membenarkan saya berjumpa dengan ahli fisio untuk menolong saya membuat pergerakan tangan dan penggelangan saya. Pada saya pergi berjumpa dengan ahli fisioterapi saya, beliau menggerakkan tangan saya sedikit sahaja dan saya berasa amatlah sakit. Dan itu adalah satu cabaran setiap hari pada saya. Anda hendak sembuh atau Anda ingin putus asa sebab ketidaktahanan dengan kesakitan. Dan saya tahu kalau saya berputus asa pada masa itu, pada hari ini, tangan saya tidak dapat bergerak lagi. Dan ini akan menyebabkan perjalanan saya, kesembuhan saya mengambil masa yang lebih lama lagi. Dan setiap kali saya berputus asa, saya ingin melepaskan geram, saya akan mendiamkan diri saya sendiri dan bercakap dengan diri sendiri. Joanna, adakah Anda ingin sembuh? Adakah ini kesakitan yang Anda boleh tahan? Atau hari ini Anda ingin bercuti? Ini adalah pengalaman saya selama 3 bulan setengah. Pada hari ini, lihatlah tangan saya. Ia belum pulih dengan sepenuhnya, tetapi saya sudah boleh bergerak dan dia sudah boleh menggenggam. Dan pada April nanti, saya akan membuat pergerakan yang lebih drastik lagi dan juga melatih tangan saya untuk mengangkat berat. Seberat mana Anda tahu? Seberat 1 botol air sahaja. Dan pada hari ini saya mengkongsikan pengalaman saya pada hari ini kepada Anda semua sebab saya ingin mengkongsikan bahawa kadang-kadang kita akan terasa sesat dalam kehidupan kita, tetapi kita tidak boleh berputus asa. Kita mencari jalan, kita percaya yang kita boleh buat dan kita akan menampak ada harapan di hadapan kita. Dan saya ingin mengakhiri ucapan saya dengan pantun hari ini. Pergi pasar, beli kelapa puruk. Terjumpa macikia datang bersampan. Hidup ini ada pasan surut. Keazaman pembawa harapan. Kembali kepada Anda.
Thank you so much for that speech, Joanna. Our next speaker is a local from Labuan and is currently teaching at Labuan International School. His speech will be delivered in English with the duration of 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Samuel Oi Ming Hong with his speech, Humanity and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Over to you, Samuel.
Hello, and thank you, our dearest MC. A very good evening to my fellow speakers, as well as our dear listeners for tonight. The title of my speech tonight is Humanity and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. In the year 1733, the flying shuttle was invented. A simple invention by today's standards, its purpose was simply to shorten the process of weaving cotton into thread. This invention kicked off the first industrial revolution where the factory system was born. In the next 300 years, humanity has gone through an additional 2 industrial revolutions. The second revolution in the late 1800s saw the invention of the telegram and the railway, while the third revolution after the world wars saw rapid development of electronics. This digital revolution paved the way to the fourth, which is happening right at this moment. Its focus, the further automation of manufacturing, improved communication, banking, and self-monitoring through the power of the web that binds us all. The internet. The effects of the fourth industrial revolution has never been more apparent, especially in the current pandemic. Not only are we better acquainted with its gifts, we have also become more susceptible to its vices. In a study conducted in 2019, it was found that 89% of the country's population is currently addicted to a smart device and consequently social media. This is a result of high-speed communication and data sharing afforded by ever-improving hardware and connection speeds. Our constant reliance on these technologies have supplanted our social interactions with key presses and screen tapping. To think that this is merely a single facet of the fourth industrial revolution, many more to come. The production of smart machines that solve problems with barely any human intervention, further cementing our society's entanglement with technology, while leaving the poor and the needy behind. Some attribute the current increase in poverty and unemployment to the pandemic, but many do not realize that most jobs that were lost have largely been replaced by automation, where we witness the rise of computer intelligences replacing humans in performing monotonous tasks. Have the fruits of our labor become our greatest enemy? Has it stripped us completely of our purpose and livelihoods? To paraphrase the brilliant physicist Albert Einstein, has our technology exceeded our humanity? Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope, for the darkness is merely a backdrop for the stars. Where there is bad, there is also good. The revolution has its fair share of positive influences on mankind as well. We have merely taken them for granted and have gradually become dismissive of its potential. Technology has been essential in building people's awareness of the plights of other people. The printing press, the telegram, the email, and now the Facebook post. Without it, we would still be ignorant of disasters and suffering of peoples. The connectivity afforded by high-speed internet allows for relief to be organized in record time. With access to a much wider audience, anyone with a connection can quickly donate to their favorite charities or help fund projects. And with advancement in logistics and banking, funds and materials can be put in the hands of the needy before it is too late to help. Charities and organizations such as Kita Bantu Kita and Refuge for the Refugees are examples of such successful charities through the help of technology. Not only that, the internet is now the perfect place to work with other people across large distances from the comfort of our own home. Several online services help us work with people from all corners of the earth. And we are doing the same right now for our World Speech Day through our Zoom and live broadcast on Facebook. And with an almost instant communication, it has made crowded classrooms and boring meetings a thing of the past. The advancement in technology has also granted us the ability to act as caretakers of the world we live in. Our ability to manufacture complex electronics and electrical components allow us to harness energy from the renewable resources on our planet and beyond. Not only that, it also allows us to practice more sustainable means of production. And for once in history, we have the tools to aid Mother Nature in its road to recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, to quote a Chinese idiom, the spectators see the game better than the players. The fourth industrial revolution and its technological developments are large in scope and overwhelming from a single point of view. It is the duty of humanity to pick the fruits of progress wisely and stand resolute with hope in our hearts to face the future together. For hope is a belief that something good will happen. And with this belief, we will use the fruits of the fourth industrial revolution to achieve great things as a species. And so concludes my speech for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that speech, Samuel. Our next speaker is also a teacher from Labuan International School. She is going to deliver her speech in French with the duration of 3 minutes. Mesdames et messieurs, accueillons Elizabeth John Kirkpatrick avec le discours La joie de lire.
Comment appelle-t-on un long morceau de pain en français? Une baguette. Et pour une wand, c'est aussi une baguette. Ainsi, dans les livres de Harry Potter, les sorcières créent de la magie avec la baguette. Comme ça, non? J'aime ça. Bonjour, je m'appelle Elizabeth Jean Kirkpatrick et je suis professeure à Labuan International School. Aujourd'hui, je voudrais vous parler de l'importance de la lecture et je parle en français car c'est la matière que j'enseigne actuellement à l'école. Tout d'abord, j'ai une question que je voudrais vous poser. Quel est le dernier livre que vous avez lu? Réfléchissez. Vous souvenez-vous ou est-ce que cela fait si longtemps que vous avez oublié? Prenez-vous le temps de lire. La plupart des gens disent aujourd'hui qu'ils n'ont pas le temps de lire. Elles sont stressées. Ils ont des choses plus importantes à faire avec leur temps. Mais je dis que la lecture est trop importante pour ne pas y consacrer le temps. La lecture présente de nombreux avantages. Un vocabulaire et des compétences en écriture améliorées. Compétences de compréhension. Compassion et empathie. Vous gagnez une base de connaissances plus large et plus étendue. Et cela vous aide également à développer une attitude détendue et apaisée. Ce qui est nécessaire contrairement à la tension créée par l'abusement constant de le téléphone portable. Lorsque vous lisez, vous arrivez à un point où votre imagination prend le dessus si complètement que vous êtes transporté dans le livre. Vous ne réalisez même plus que vous lisez plus, mais vous vivez et respirez l'histoire. C'est vraiment magique. Son pas d'être fantastique pour votre santé mentale et votre bien-être. Enfin, les initiales de Labuan International School énoncent L-I-S. Lis. Read en français. Je lis. Et cela devrait être notre devise. Je lis. Et toi? Merci de votre attention.
Thank you so much for that speech, Elizabeth.
Our next speaker is a part-time MC as well and is from Labuan. Her speech will be delivered in Dusun with a duration of 5 minutes. Aito pinay ngaumi, manunusoy ito kono po do sumusut nga ito pinay Suzana binti Binsiw, miyampay tulus susuyon daw, sadaro muyun tangandu.
Kazaladan, MC Juliana. Belusan ko iti ucapan, anu do authority adalah pemacu sosioekonomi, pendidikan, kebajikan, dan sosial de musik. As untuk de angandu de selura, sumadar kau, tungak kau, jadi muyun, akau angandu kaluma dan tegas. Jungo injo muyun kurungo inan muyun, de lalom ketakutan ataupun kurang keyakinan. Mengusaha kau de diri muyun dalam pembentukan komuniti yang kon nulun ataupun roiton nulun berkualiti serta berkredibilitas. Iri-iri no matadaki Suzana binti Mataladan.
Thank you so much for that speech, Susanna.
Our next speaker is from Labuan. and she's going to deliver her speech in English with a duration of 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Annette Mijol with her speech, It Will Be Okay. Over to you, Annette.
Hello, miss, what happened? What's wrong with her? Is she disabled or something? My heart sunk when I heard those questions. My daughter, who has autism, was having a meltdown in the middle of a supermarket. I had been trying to calm her down, which was no mean feat, considering that the supermarket was a cacophony of chaos. Loud music, people talking non-stop, big, colorful things around. Simple and non-threatening to the majority of us, but to my daughter and most people with autism, these ordinary sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and touches can be downright painful. When my daughter was diagnosed with autism, it felt like my world had stopped. There were many questions going through my mind. Was it the vaccine? Did I do this to her? Did I eat the wrong food while pregnant? Is there a cure? Will she be able to communicate? Will people be kind to her? I, as with many other parents, well, we all aspire for our children to be rocket scientists, doctors, or the Prime Minister. I feared for her future, for the challenges that she would surely be facing. And hearing those unkind words at the supermarket further exemplified that. But as she grows up, my daughter showed me what real courage means. It means having the courage to try and use the vacuum cleaner, this loud thing that scares the heck out of her. It means having the courage to walk through a noisy supermarket aisle. It means having the courage to go up to another kid and try to make friends. It means having the courage to go on, even when she's scared. Ladies and gentlemen, while my daughter is blessed with supportive people around her, I do admit there are times when I felt discouraged, felt hopeless at how unkind the world is to people deemed to be not normal. Like any other mother, I would take away her struggles if I could. But seeing how excited my daughter is in sharing how incredibly exciting the world can be when viewed from a different angle has taught me that even when I am feeling the most helpless, I must still hold on to hope. Hope that one day society will understand that my daughter is first and foremost a young girl with thoughts and feelings. That autism is just one aspect of her character, and it does not define her as a person. Hope that one day kindness will prevail, that society will encourage and not discourage, for people to offer help and not hurtful remarks. Hope that one day autism will be better understood, for autism to be viewed as a gift rather than a punishment. Hope that one day a new normal where people with autism or people with different abilities will not just be tolerated, but rather accepted. For differences to be celebrated and not ostracized. Until then, I will continue to draw strength from this beautiful and brave young girl who, with a smile, tells me that it will be okay. While she may not be a rocket scientist, but she still could, my girl can paint the most beautiful rocket in the whole wide world. And that is okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech, Annette. Our next speaker is also a teacher from Labuan International School. He is going to deliver his speech in Arabic with the duration of 3 minutes. أيها الحاضرون والحاضرات، نتشرف المجلس بدعوة السيد محمد خيرل إلقاء الكلمة عن الأمل لحبل من الناس.
شكرا جزيلا إلى رئيس المجلس. كيف حالكم جميعا؟ في هذا اليوم موضوعي الأمل في حبل من الناس. قبل أن أواصل وأكمل أشرح في هذه الليلة، أنا أريد أسألكم: هل الدنيا الآن في حال الأمان والسلامة؟ يا أصدقائي، حبل من الناس مهم في حياتنا، ليس في حياتنا ولكن في كل الإنسان. ليس نحن فقط ولكن لكل الإنسان في هذا الدنيا. يقع فيه كثير من الأمل والرجاء، خاصه في جوانب المعاملة. المعاملة هي العلاقات الإنسانية في التفاعل بين الناس، كما قال نبينا: لا تحاسدوا ولا تناجشوا ولا تباغضوا ولا تدابروا ولا بيع بعضكم على بيع بعض إلى آخر آية. يا أصدقائي، كلنا نرجو إلى العالم والمحتوياته فيه الأمان، ليس أمان فقط ولكن في السلامة. ولكن كيف يا أصدقائي؟ هل نحن مقيدون صفة الحسد من أنفسنا؟ هل نحن مقيدون صفات الحسد من المجتمع؟ هل نحن نعمل كما قال نبينا، يعني لا تباغضوا؟ دنيا سوف الأمان والسلامة إذا نعمل وزيادة محبة في قلوبنا. حيا معنا يا أصدقاء، حيا معنا زراعة الحب. حيا نعمل سنة نبينا: لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى تحبوا لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. وأخيرا في كلامي، أمان يقع في يدنا، ولكن قبل تحقيق الأمان والسلامة يجب علينا نتغير أنفسنا، وثم نتغير مجتمع بيننا. دنيا الآن ناقص المحبة. مرة أخرى، دنيا الآن ناقص محبة. حيا سويا، حيا سويا إحياء المحبة بيننا لتكون حياتنا أمان والسلامة. وإن شاء الله هذا فقط مني، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much for that speech, Khairul.
Our next speaker is also another teacher from Labuan International School. She is going to deliver her speech in Mandarin with a duration of 3 minutes. 接下来的主题是孩子眼中的希望，有请胡振琴小姐。
孩子们眼中的希望会是什么样的形状呢？是否早上醒来有面包当早餐？是否院子里有秋千可以荡？想要教育出好的孩子，首先家长们必须了解孩子真正的是需要什么。孩子真正希望的就是0岁前的一个吻。0岁前的一个吻，当孩子遇到困难的时候，可以轻拍他们的肩膀；当孩子受到委屈的时候，可以给他一个温暖的拥抱。孩子回到家的时候，还有一句“爸爸妈妈爱你哦”。大多数的家长都不愿表达自己对孩子的爱，可是孩子们需要的就是父母把爱说出来、做出来。试问一下，在座的各位家长，你们今天对孩子拥抱、亲吻了吗？没有的话，请在这个演讲之后去亲吻、去拥抱你们自己的孩子哦，这样能够改变他们的一天。第二，孩子们真正希望的就是得到父母的尊重。孩子们通常做了一个对的行为，大多数的家长都不能及时给予称赞。反而，如果学生或者是孩子们犯错的话，多数的家长都会不分场合的指责，还有谩骂他们的孩子。儿童的自尊是通过父母的尊重而培养出来的。尊重意味着必须把孩子当作是独一无二的，允许孩子发展自己的爱好和有兴趣，尊重他的个性，不要什么都替他做主，多对孩子伸出拇指，少伸出食指。第三，孩子真正需要的就是父母的陪伴。对于孩子来说，再好的玩具，再好的保姆，再贵的幼稚园都代替不了父母。即使再忙，也要抽出时间来陪孩子，让孩子知道孩子在自己心目中的重要性。当玩乐的时候，我们也要非常的愉快，而不是应付，让他知道你非常乐意的陪他。最后，我希望在座的全部父母们都能够真正的去多多关怀自己的孩子，这样孩子们才会真正的得到爱。谢谢。
Thank you so much for that speech, Pipsu.
Our next speaker is from Kuala Lumpur. He is a student of Akademi Seni Budaya dan Warisan Kebangsaan, also known as Aswara. He's going to deliver his speech in English with a duration of 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Sylvester Leighton Shi Chen with his speech, Flattening the COVID-19 Curve, a Commoner Perspective. Over to you, Sylvester.
Thanks to the MC for tonight. Now, greetings and a very good evening to all of you and to those who are watching live in all forms of social media. Now, this is a classic tale of dark and difficult times that we are currently experiencing. But as another saying goes, that every end of the tunnel, there lies a silver lining. And when I say silver lining, it does literally means vaccine. But at here, Malaysia, because the vaccination program is currently being progressed phase by phase, which means us commoners will have to wait till the month of May to get our vaccine into our own bodies. Now, in order to further strengthen hope of flattening the COVID pandemic in a commoner's perspective, and when I say a commoner's perspective, I'm referring to this latest practice that we should adhere at all times. It's the 3W and avoid the 3 Cs. Now, the first W is wash. That means you have to keep your habit of hand washing at a very high consistency. That is, whenever you go out or even at home, you need to make sure that every time when you come into contact with all sorts of subjects, no matter where they are clean or not, you must always wash your hands. The second W is wear. That is, you must wear a face mask. Now, face mask has now become a mandatory gear for us when we are outside at public or even private sessions. Now, the third W is warn, but this warn is more oriented to advising the others while keeping ourselves also be vigilant towards our self-health, which means at the same time when we are protecting ourselves against, the health, we also will have to warn the others that they should be vigilant to the self-hygiene too. Now, moving on into the C's that we need to avoid. The first C is that we need to avoid crowded space. As you can see, that public spaces are prone to have crowd arising from that, like those of buses, public transports, and even halls, not to forget about religious areas. So if there is no necessary for you to get out, just avoid those places at all costs. Now, the second C is that we have to avoid confined space. It is of common sense that confined space have the highest risk for us to be contracted with various diseases, including this pandemic that has been ongoing for the past 1 year and a plus. Now, finally, the third C is that we must avoid close conversation. Now, I understand that it's hard for us to have conversation when we are far apart from the others. But did you know that at this critical moment, if you are having a close conversation with the others, there is the risk that you might inadvertently spreading the virus to the others, and we all know how bad the consequences it will be. So, in hopes of getting to flat down this pandemic curve, man, all we have to do is to keep ourselves vigilant and constantly practice this habit of practicing the 3 W's and avoid the 3 C's at all costs. Till then, I thank you for all of your attention.
Thank you so much for that speech, Sylvester.
Our last speaker for the first segment is a philanthropist coming all the way from Papar, Sabah. He is going to deliver his speech in Dusun with the duration of 5 minutes. Ay tapinay ko ngawi manunusoy to kono po do sumusut nga ito pinay Bonaventure Philip Sungka miampay tulu susuwon daw id kalansanan.
Kapisa na ba ito pinay ko ngawi? Mauni na telepon ko. Ang karango ko na minambaras. Ingana na mamin mo. Solot kang kab ko. Ako ko kapumohob. Atagak kalansanan. Taraw na pwede. Nakadun hapad ang siyam. Tulang katuro. Tahun ke-2000 ang katuro. Ami, ingano ka na di. Isay po di sanon ko diti. Gisam na bahay na. Tanaw na bahay na. Ingga. Pasandihan ginawa ko. Ingga. Manuaw-suaw daha. Ingga nagi. Ngupos daha. Tahun ke-2000 ang kahapon ang manam. Natungan ako kago da isa pag ako kabalingkangan. Naman ako yadayda paganakan ko da 2 na hapon ang siyang taon. Pinatama ko nila mantad da walay ko. Insan pa kago. Natagakan ako dakago da kalansanan. Akan kay tina kabalingkangan kunti. Di ka kahapad am 5 taon kaysa di taon 2000 kahapad am 8. Pentarungak ako hila walay pengusapan keningaw. Sera na iduan ginawa. Akan ka tambalot kuna da isa. Nga tadi kusayku nagi isya. Insan pakago. Katagakay ako nakago kalansanan. Akan ka insan na. Dan natagakan ako kalansanan. Akan ka indua. Nga intalo ako natagakan na kalansanan. Di tahun 2000 turu 2000 kahapad manam nagi 2000 kahapad malu. Harakan ta di kayu mantad di kayu natagakan gida kalansanan. Megal do nakatam kau dati mantad do pekerjaan naiduandan do paganakan. Nakatang kiad, natkiadan, kau da kapusan da kayo. Pasun ko di kayo, di kalansanan no. Isa, mamadadagang, do mamaguna da telepon, da lengan, tu au apagon perniagaan teka mantok anua megal da tonwau suai lagi kagu. Kedua, posik na da swab po mangandi megal lebobog 5 da minsu swab ibak na may panangkos sila di sandarhat. Ibak may kabun, may pananam da tuwa. Insiribay winagat. Tinan tu agumo na masa hilag katalunan da insarwan lagi da minsamak da minamangon no. Katalu. Kada ko rumunsan. Gumanggaraw na po, mantad kabalingkangan. Kabalingkangan na po, ditinga asikap na bumalahing dia. Hara na po, barakat. Mantad na kinaingan. Nga hara kasari muhang dia. Mga iko pupusay, susuyan kuti, sampai da pasan diti. Talu tengku. Aku kenapa hatus ngangkat ko data sisika daing hatus ka isa. Kedua, kada anda ada lain temut daping miliu seret aratu. Makin sian da suai tulun. Nga tubunggang. Tubilambus na da mamanau. Bawa dah dulu po dah senang dah manangkus. Lalu insanan tulud nga mengirak kerak bati. Sangulun taka nakaihat sera kasadu taka aratu taka. Nga insanan tulun kaihat kairak takun nakadampot taka di butia tataba. Keposian mo. Irina, guli no, da I mangungkap. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, for that speech. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first segment of the night. Now we are going to take our first group photos. So in order for us to do this, please turn on your camera and your video so that we can have your pictures taken. So the pictures are going to be taken by the Zoom master. So turn on your video, turn on your camera and smile.
Hello, everyone. We're going to have 2 pages here. So I'm going to have to ask you to hold those smiles. All right.
Okay.
Smile. Okay. Keep smiling. All right. Done. Back to you, Master of
Okay.
Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Keith. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a 5-minute break. So now it's 8:05. We will be back by at 10 p.m. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second segment of the night. To start off this segment, let us introduce our next speaker. He is from Penampang and currently a student at University Malaysia Sarawak. The speech is going to be delivered in English with a duration of 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Mandaking Misi with his speech, The Integral Role of Youth. Over to you, Mandaking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Highly honored members of this ever distinguished club, of Toastmasters Labuan, honored speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here today to raise an important issue at hand, an issue of great importance in our country as we speak, more in relation to Undi 18. However, before I go in depth with the topic I have at hand, let me remind you of an important event that had occurred not a decade ago. On October the 9th of 2012, a few days after I celebrated what was then my 12th birthday, the world was shocked with the news of a teenage girl from Pakistan who was shot in the head, purely to advocate for the rights of education for children, and more specifically, female children in the country. It's utterly shocking that something many Malaysians easily taken up for granted is something one has to be shot for. Little was it known for the Taliban that shot her, that exactly 2 years after she survived the horrid event, she would be bestowed as the youngest Nobel Peace Prize holder ever. She is Malala Yousafzai, one of my most respected individuals. Distinguished audience, one might sympathize, as millions have, when the news of this tragic event first broke the media. Although one must understand this, the fight for children's right, human right, is anything but over. Lavish are we who are able to stand here to speak our mind. Privileged are those who are able to attend school, be as it may now, virtually or synchronously, and oh so lucky are those who are literate. As get this, ladies and gentlemen, millions of children out there are not able to live as privileged as us. It is for this reason that I am here today to present how important the youth is to every society around the globe. Drawing again from the example of Ms. Yousafzai, I wish to bring up the fact that her sacrifice in advocating basic human rights in her village was anything but recent. She had been advocating on it for years. Her action resonated across Pakistan, where only then where education was really sought after and fought for after in a more pressing fashion. Her advocacy as a youth, however, was anything but regional only. It resonated internationally, catalyzing the ever-important fights for children's rights. To name a few, children in the military, lack of education of children, and lack of food, water, medicine, and other basic necessities that many of us easily take up for granted. I had the privilege to join an international conference 5 years ago in Sweden to represent Malaysia under the United Nations, where I had the chance to visit the Nobel Peace Prize Museum and see the very piece of garb, Ms. Yousafzai's scarf, and something in me moved to contribute a little to the society as a member of the youth in Sabah. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago in April, as we were locked inside our house, I was heavily moved to create an organization to promote the many qualities of youth, contemporary youth, more so, as nowadays information is not barred to many youth in this free society. Being moved by my huge interest in journalism and my ever longing to contribute to the favor of the public and more specifically the youth of Sabah, I have set up Vazan Times, which is available online withal, where our member consists of PhD yielding professors from a renowned university in Malaysia, NGOs, and of course, youth. To give credit for one of my highly respected leader and co-leader of the NGO Barakiel UDL, whom I shall have it remain nameless, although I fear some, if not most of us in our presence now, very much aware of these amazing duo. I would like to bring up how successive our collaboration was in providing help for the orphans, the youth, all the way in Tambunan, Sabah, in providing them with daily necessities, including food, toiletries, books, stationeries, garments, blankets, financial aid, etc. And might I press on, we are not stopping there. In fact, that is just the beginning. As the founder of this young organization, I wish to ask in ardent supplication for all of your favor to perhaps contribute, even in prayers, hope, and goodwill for our cause. Unfortunately, the pandemic had quashed many of our plans to help in aid of other orphanages, OKU centers, and even elderly houses across Sabah. Though we remain optimistic, though pragmatic nonetheless. In doing these, I too hope to be, in a sense, my own Miss Yousafzai. In this sense, to resonate and press on the integral role of youth in shaping our country, our reality, and our history. This, ladies and gentlemen, is my hope. This is our hope as the youth of Sabah. For that, I raise my toast. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech, Madaking. Our next speaker is from Kota Kinabalu, a retiree with loads of wisdom under his belt. His speech is going to be delivered in Malay with a duration of 5 minutes. Hadirin sekalian, majlis diteruskan dengan menjemput Saudara Dominic G. Joseph untuk menyampaikan ucapan beliau yang bertajuk Bintang Harapan Menanti Hari Esok. Majlis mempersilakan.
Adakah anda pernah menonton filem 70-an yang diarah dan dilakoni oleh seorang legenda tanah air, Tan Sri Jin Samsudin? Saya merujuk kepada 4 siri filem yang bertajuk Menanti Hari Esok, Tiada Esok Bagimu, Esok Masih Ada, dan yang nombor 4, Esok Untuk Siapa? Selamat sejahtera dan salam hormat kepada semua bintang harapan yang menghadiri program malam ini. Selepas siri filem yang keempat Tan Sri Jin Samsudin yang bertajuk Esok Untuk Siapa, tajuk ucapan saya malam ini ialah Bintang Harapan Menanti Hari Esok untuk semua yang berusaha dengan rajin, tidak kira kaum, bangsa atau agama. Adakah anda mengenali Sheikh Muzaffar Shukuf? Beliau merupakan doktor bedah ortopedik dan angkasawan Malaysia pertama yang berlepas ke stesen angkasa antarabangsa pada 10 hari bulan Oktober 2007 dengan kapal angkasa Rusia Soyuz TMA-11. Kalau anda memerhatikan bahawa pelancaran sebuah kapal angkasa mempunyai 5 tahap, dan dengan memahami 5 tahap ini, anda boleh menggunakannya sebagai contoh untuk melancarkan matlamat hidup dan kerjaya anda. Tahap pertama dipanggil countdown. Sabarlah saudara-saudari. Melaburkanlah masa anda, tenaga anda, jiwa anda, hati anda untuk membuat persiapan yang rapi dan teliti. Bila anda setelah membuat persiapan yang rapi dan teliti, tahap kedua pula ialah lift off. Iaitu jangan tergesa-gesa, dengan keyakinan diri, bersikap positif, dengan yang bersemangat tinggi, anda boleh melancarkan diri anda ke angkasa. Jangan takut. Tahap ketiga itu yang saya nak fokus, iaitu booster rockets. Saya telah memperhatikan dalam beberapa tahun saya dalam dunia perniagaan dan dalam dunia pembangunan sumber manusia. Inilah tahap banyak yang gagal. Sebab mengapa? Booster roket sebelah itu tidak seimbang. Apa yang saya maksudkan? Anda perhatikanlah arena politik, dunia perniagaan di persekitaran rantau ini. Kalau kita ada rakan-rakan yang tidak mempunyai kepakaran yang betul, pengetahuan yang betul, meletuplah roket itu. Tahap yang keempat itu adalah external tangki. External tangki itu yang besar itu bukan macam badan saya. makan saja. Tak ada. External rocket ini menggandungi pengetahuan dan kemahiran baru kerana perjalanan kita ke bintang harapan itu akan mengambil masa. So dalam perjalanan itu kita mesti ada tenaga. Tenaga itu dalam bentuk pengetahuan dan kemahiran, bukan makan saja dalam warung. Dan akhirnya dalam tahap 5, wing orbiter, iaitu pesawat utama. Pesawat utama itu apa itu? Pesawat utama ialah mengandungi beberapa angkasawan, tidak boleh memuatkan satu kampung, hanya 6 sampai 8 orang. Dalam ke angkasa itu, kita mengambil beberapa pakar dalam bertahun-tahun ini yang mempunyai minda yang sama, sikap yang positif, yang sama macam kita, yang menuju ke bintang harapan. Yang lain kawan-kawan itu adalah saluran kita yang berata di merata dunia, di merata negara kita ini. Itu adalah penting. Dan saya akan mengakhiri dengan ni. Banyak daripada kita berfikir mencari dunia terang, tetapi berhibur dalam dunia gelap. Iaitu tidak mau berusaha. Mau macam fast food, macam McDonald. Pergi sana melabur sedikit masa, mau. Banyak dia punya result, dia mau immediate. Sebelum saya mengakhiri ucapan, izinkan saya membacakan kata-kata hasil usaha Dominic Joseph yang mengucapkan pertama kali dalam bahasa Malaysia di World Speech Day. Kadang-kadang menghadapi cabaran, kadang-kadang menghadapi kesulitan. Janganlah engkau kian berduka jika anda berusaha dengan rajin. Bintang harapan menanti hari esok. Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you so much for that speech, Dominic.
Our next speaker is a student from SMK Labuan. She will deliver a speech in French with a duration of 3 minutes. Madame et Messieurs, accueillons Adrienne Wo Chu Jing avec le discours L'espoir qu'est-ce que c'est?
Merci à notre maître de cérémonie. Bonjour, je suis Adrienne de SMK Labuan. Le titre de mon discours est L'espoir, qu'est-ce que c'est? L'espoir a joué un rôle important dans l'histoire de l'humanité. L'espoir est aussi ce qui fait avancer la vie. Cela nous aide à oublier le passé, cela nous donne le sentiment que le meilleur reste à venir. Bref, l'espoir nous tourne vers un avenir meilleur. D'abord, la pandémie de COVID-19 peut être le moment où le monde et la peur est soit dans son état de l'isolement. Mais cela nous oriente plutôt vers l'espoir, la solidarité et un sentiment partagé des communautés mondiales. Il y a des moments infaillibles. De nombreuses personnes ont été infectées par COVID-19 et près d'un quart de million sont morts. Des milliers de personnes sont enfermées ou isolées. Néanmoins, n'ayons pas peur de ces mauvais jours. Avec l'espoir, demain sera meilleur. Ensuite, n'oublions pas que l'espoir aide aussi les gens à tenir bon. Quand la vie est dure et que de mauvaises choses ont tendance à arriver, on a toujours quelque chose qui nous empêche d'abandonner et c'est l'espoir qui nous aide à nous battre encore. Lorsqu'on est déprimé, l'espoir apparaît toujours. Il peut être en forme de gens autour de nous ou bien en forme de divertissement à partir de notre portable qui nous permet de sourire. Finalement, plus on est optimiste, moins on a tendance à être anxieux. Pensons aux situations stressantes auxquelles on a été dans le passé. À chaque fois qu'on a l'espoir, notre peur aurait diminué. Enfin, vous voyez, l'espoir est une émotion puissante qui nous amène à ressentir des sentiments positifs pour être heureux et optimistes. Avec cela, je vous remercie. À bientôt.
Thank you very much for that speech, Adrienne. Our next speaker is a teacher from Labuan International School, and she's going to deliver her speech in Japanese with the duration of 4 minutes. Minasan, Surya-san o speech de kange shimashou. Kibo, jibun jishin no koto hanaso.
こんばんは。映画「アナと雪の王女」を見るとエルサになりたいと思ったことがありませんか？美しく、パワフル、そして周りの人に騒がれていました。夜空を見上げて思いを巡らせたり、アナと雪で遊んだりするだけでとても幸せそうです。何の心配もなく生きているなんてとても羨ましいです。しかし、エルサでさえいつの間にか担任が彼女のことをどう思うか、どう見るかを心配し始めたのです。自分のパワーを隠して部屋に引きこもり、自分自身、穴まで避けて自分自身を閉ざしました。自分の意見がなくなり、他人の意見しか聞こえなくなっていました。皆さんも振り返れば、エルサの気持ちが理解できると思います。エルサも私も担任に認められたいです。私はみんなと同じだよとか、みんなの話に入りたいとか、みんなに可愛がってもらいたいですもんね。最後まで映画を見るとエルサが変わったでしょう。実はエルサも私も伝えたいことはこのことです。他人のために自分を変える必要はありません。あなたらしくありのままでいいです。あなたのアイデンティティを受け入れてください。あなた自身に素直に向き合ってください。肌の色が何色であろうが、あなたの姿がどうであろうが、恥ずかしがることはありません。どうでもいいのではないでしょうか。誰かの目を気にするんですか？美しいは見る人の目にあります。ありのままで美しいです。自信を持って自分自身を考えて愛しを始めてください。ユニセフでかつて BTS のキム・ナンジュンが素晴らしいスピーチを発表しました。このことを言いました。あなたの声を聞きたい。あなたの信念を聞きたい。あなたが誰なのか、どこから来たのか。肌の色やジェンダー意識は関係ありません。ただ、あなたのことを話してください。話すことで自分の名前と声を見つけてください。では、私から始めます。私の名前はスリアです。今、先生として頑張っています。キム・ナンジュンみたいに私も後悔していること、たくさんのミスをしてきました。たくさんの失敗も恐れもありますが、今は力いっぱい抱きしめて自分自身を愛せるように頑張っています。BTS と同様に私もあなたの声が聞きたいです。あなたの名前は何ですか？あなた自分自身のことを話してください。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for that speech, Surya.
Our next speaker is a teacher from Labuan. She is going to deliver a speech in English with a duration of 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Naomi Karen David with a speech, Don't Wait. Over to you, Naomi.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Back in 2006, I lost my younger brother due to a medical condition. Many years passed. Then one day I decided to look through his daily journals. When I read his journals, as I read through it, I found that there are many signs, many mistakes that a dyslexic person would do. Then I recalled from primary school to secondary school, he had always have difficulties in reading and in spelling. His teacher would complain about him being lazy, being sloppy, slow, and everything. I couldn't help him because I myself wasn't equipped with the knowledge of what is dyslexia. Now, generally, dyslexia is often known as a specific learning difficulty that contribute to problems in reading, writing, and spelling. A dyslexic person literally think differently. They look at things, they look at the world differently. They even process information differently. Symptoms of a dyslexic person becomes more obvious when a child starts schooling. I remembered my brother struggle with his alphabets, with the sound of each alphabet. He gets baffled and confused in trying to memorize things that are very easy on daily basis, such as the sequence of days of the weeks or months of the year. Growing up was very tough and very struggling for my brother. But in year 2007, I had the privilege to teach in a program called Specific Learning Dyslexia in Labuan. The experience in teaching dyslexic students deepens my knowledge about dyslexia and how to help dyslexic children. But sad to say, in this technological era, there are still many teachers and many parents who are still in the dark about dyslexia. So with that, I put up a high hope, very, very high, that there will be an awareness in every teacher and every parent to know and to learn more about dyslexia. This is crucial. Why? Because they can identify a dyslexic child at an earlier stage, despite of ignoring them and labeling them with negative, painful words, such as lazy, stupid, simple-minded, sloth, and so forth. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much for the speech, Naomi.
Coming up next, the speaker is also a teacher from Labuan. She will deliver a speech in Iban with duration of 4 minutes. Meritabi basa ngagai bala raban tidatai, enggau penuh basa aku deka ngangau ka Jenny Merilinda Doni, merijako pasal bangkit jadi pengerang.
Selamat lemai semua. Aku Cikgu Jenny, pengajar Sekolah Antarabangsa Labuan. Tajuk cakap aku lemai tu bangkit jadi penerang. Sulu, anang kalau berhenti ngagai impian nuan. Engkau nuan kumbai nya susah. Ingat, nuan boleh ngagak. Bayangkan
hidup nuan setahun hari diatu. Entih nuan ngagai, impian nuan. Nuan oleh ngagak, impian nuan. Entih nuan percaya, ngagai diri empu. Nemu nuan, entih nuan aja oleh ngagak diri nuan sampai kenyak. Bisik, utai negatif, ukai bermaksud nuan berhenti. Nuan mesti set bapalak nuan yang nuan boleh lakukan semua tu. Kuatkan visi, ngau arapkah semua megau muncul. Ingat, enti sidak madah, nuan hendak oleh ngadu. Nya jako sidak, ukai nuan. Anang kisahkah jako orang. Pertara ke diri madah. Anang hidup ninggah jako orang. Tapi kasih me kasida. Sulu. Nuan tu bakal emas. Aku nemu hidup tu susah. Aku nemu. Kadang-kadang nuan asai kau putus asa. Aku nemu. Nuan kala bisik ari yang mana. Ngau ari yang hendak mana. Aku nemu. Nuan selalu nanya diri empu. Untuk nama semua tu. Atau aku ngagak keputusan yang mana. Atau aku mesti badi tu. Aku nemu. Nuan mayu soalan, arih jawapan, udahnya dan nemu berkeni kamadah. Aku nemu, hidup tu susah, tapi nuan mesti teruskan. Walaupun seberapa mayu penusah datai ke jalai nuan, nuan mesti percaya, laban nuan meh orang ti kuat. Nuan meh soldadu penuh engau sakit, engau kasih. Sulu, bangkit meh ari semua penusah. Keluar meh ari endur selesa nuan. Awakan nuan oleh hidup engau muncul. Sampai orang lain tak boleh ngacau nuan. Sulu, hidup meh ngau mana. Anang nyau ke pengarap nuan. Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you so much for that speech, Jenny. Our next speaker is from SMK Labuan, and she will deliver her speech in French with the duration of 4 minutes. Madame et Messieurs, accueillons Michelle Yeoh avec le discours La pandémie.
Salut, je m'appelle Michelle de SMK Labuan. Je voudrais vous parler de l'espoir. En 2020, nous avons dormi dans un monde, mais réveillé dans un autre. De coup, on se rend compte que Paris n'est plus romantique, Disney n'a plus de magique et en nouvelant tout le monde. Ce serait la main et la câlin, devient des âmes et ne parlons visite aux familles devient un acte d'amour. Imagine, nous ne leur rendons pas visite parce que nous avons peur de propager des maladies. Soudain, nous avons réalisé que l'argent n'est pas si pouvoir et que le pouvoir n'est pas si possible. Pourquoi les choses sont-elles devenues asiatiques? Je ne sais pas. On ne le saura jamais. Mais je sais qu'on n'a pas besoin de se concentrer sur l'incertitude et de profiter de sa vie comme ono AM. La situation nous applique sur ce qui tourne autour de notre vie est si temporaire. Le travail, le gymnase, les centres commerciaux, les cinémas ont fermé leurs portes alors que nous apprenons enfin à vivre sans eux. Cela nous apprend aussi que c'est notre propre maison et notre famille qui nous protègent. En apprenant enfin que ce n'est pas la façon dont on passe son temps, mais avec qui sont les passes qui comptent. Mais je me demande, marche-t-on toujours par des choses qu'on série le pleurs? On était tellement absorbé dans sa vie quotidienne qu'on n'avait jamais vraiment été reconnaissant de ce qu'on aimait. Mais maintenant qu'on a reçu les rappels les plus durs, on n'a plus de besoin de continuer à courir. On peut enfin regarder en soi-même et nous reconnecter avec son âme. C'est comme si l'univers nous donnait la possibilité de guérir. Maintenant, je ne sais pas quand cela prendra fin, mais je sais quand cela arrivera. Ce jour-là, nous rendez-vous. Sur cela, nous avons appris, vécu et survécu. Je sais qu'il est difficile d'être positif et optimiste maintenant, mais nous avons encore le choix, non? Nous pouvons soit répondre les poids, soit éclairer la lumière dans ce temps mauvais. Si vous ne pouvez toujours pas trouver quelque chose à quoi vous acheter, prenez un miroir, regardez là-dedans. Vous trouvez quelque chose à l'intérieur de vous. Quelque chose qui a encore l'espoir de la foi de l'esprit humain. Un certain de calme, parce que Stephen Hawking a dit, tant qu'il y a de la vie, il y a de l'espoir. Avec cela, je vous remercie.
Thank you so much for that speech, Michelle.
Next speaker is a music teacher from Singapore. She will be delivering her speech in English with a duration of 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Huzaifa Yukirin with a speech, Be Patient. Over to you, Huzaifa.
I promise, I love my job. I always wanted to be a music teacher. It is just, I never thought being a teacher will be a very challenging job to me, where I must control my emotions in all situations. What makes it harder is I am an emotional person. I remember there was this one time, for the first time, I'm having a mental breakdown. I am standing on a line between giving up and seeing how much more I can take. I wasn't myself for a month. I feel like a volcano erupts inside me and leaving me miserable. I have no choice but to go to work and teach as usual. I'm honestly struggling because most of my students are young children, as young as 3 years old. So I force myself to put on a happy face while teaching, making sure my emotion won't affect their learning, their lessons, because music class supposed to be an enjoyable lesson. There is a lot of time where I almost lose it and wanted to cry out, but I managed to hold back, and instead I just make a silly jokes and laugh together with my students. Only if they know behind my smile is a hurting heart, behind my laugh I'm actually falling apart. But what would I expect from a young student? So I use my lunch break and my short break just to cry out, so I feel better. But can you imagine if you are in that kind of situation, and at the same time you need to deal with your students' behavior? They wouldn't listen to you, some even being rude and disrespectful. And if you ask me, how do I deal with this kind of student? Actually, I'm about to explode, but then I stop and I count to 3 before I responding to them. I'm kidding. Actually, more than 3 counts, because I need to calm down myself as well. But actually it helps. It helps me to give a positive feedback. Then after that, once I calm down myself, I ask them nicely, if someone does the same thing to you, would you be happy? Which most of the answer is no. So I guess they will reflect on that unconsciously. And guess what? Surprisingly, after some time, they are getting respectful, and they even listen to every instruction given to them. It feels so satisfying and rewarding as a teacher. Thanks to my students, I was able to survive because of them. I believe a lot of us here have the same experience. So, ladies and gentlemen, to me, the definition of hope is patience. I hope patience will heal a broken heart and help us get through hardships. Be patient. Don't go back to last just because you are impatient to wait for the best. Let us all bear in mind, patience attracts happiness. It brings near it brings near that which is far. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech, Ipa. Our next speaker is also working as an ngabi momobo susumusud toko na po nga itati Florence GPU ikinuhuban o kahansanan.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Katawadan. Izo i Florence GPU. Id kahansanan ko. Iziaw. Osado id mato na osomo ki ginawa ko. Tomoy mo ko da o hidas o suaw o sinda. Songyan ko di ko hiosong. Ahay zona au ka jumpa diaw. Hanga don zo diaw. Somok na sonton au pa nakahangad diaw. Ahansan zodo o sikap kakabahay ko so. Ama, siyono. Au zo pa kabahik ti. O kwa nga natuhunid hamin pangusapan ama. O zanzo ama nga kwazon badik. Koti olomo ko, kakita ngavi di hotuhon, nontok na penyakit na COVID. O pustakan, kivan lagi di tamban, na pinuobo. Ay, dago. Doy, ama. Song gizak-gizak ngavi tanak tongan ini. Aw koto demiad, hazan dagay. Ay, odop nagya, song. Nga isoi awating kodama, miyad da poesiho, mahasa diho. Naikot na do hamin, at pangusapan niti. Kahansanan dagay, o sikap na dahil siho abasi, kohi na dahil siho, paganakan diho. Ma, kahansanan ko, so viavi si kay paingkalaja, idhamin pangusapan niti, kohi na to sikap. Ma, paganakan dagay. Masyono, hanga doon so diyaw, hanga doon so mga kanansak mo. Modop niyang pay diyaw yama, umapusong sumiyam diyaw. Pasyok na dako niya ma, katop-katop to ko ngabi, sambil may solita. Hoy, dagoma. Adoy, ahayt ko na rin ako na ko gadto mo ko niya ma. Aw ko di ko yung basak ngabi diho, tambahot mo. Misolita miyang pay diho. Momohi da sigup, butot, basungan. Ano na pa day kanang ano mga kanya ma. Hansang zoda. At tatamis da nga biya. Sontop kamuhayngan day tipo magunan. Aw ko da nga biya. Hiyan diti na panayakit na COVID diti. Kabahik da miya gadi pagho. To aiso manahop to ko. Dami panaw. Kahansanan no di sontop tuhun nontok ako sinan. Aiso balanja montok do kohominan. Aiso pingkukozon. Sabab na do COVID-19. Kabahik da isiho do maniaga. Kano da ngavi kalaja. Di aiso do na kalaja do bayo. Hansanzo nagikabahik da ngavi kitanak. Domoy sipo. Miyampay nga di mangingya. Ito hitas. Mohidang mga jal niyo. Ama. Isop bago kahansanan ko ama. Domoy dititubat. Ipatubakon do to ko da aiso da kahasan kumada tinanto ko. Opuso na daiti panakit o COVID-19 ama. Kahansanan ko, kapobo, kongingis na dato ko sa biyabi. Miyampay da aiso ko bingkaran. Ama, kada ko pisa ko tungod kiyo. Sumambayang to ko kumadi minamangon dito si ma. Katawadan, sebelum na mumupuso na salita dito. Magano sudah kasifatan dah humazo kumada so biabi mo hoing dek pamagunan. Ama hangadon zodiaw ahai zono auno ko kitoriaw ahalabdo ohidas koda atatamis konda konsikan kopivasian.
Thank you so much, Florence, for that speech. And that concludes our second segment, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to take our second group photos. Please turn on your camera and video so that we can have your picture taken. Remember to smile. Zoom master can count.
Hi everyone, hold on, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Now is the time for our second group photo. So everyone smile. Okay, hold. Okay, excellent. That's all for the group photo. Back to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Zoom Master. Now we will have a 5 minutes break, and we will, now is 8:55. We will be back at 9 p.m. Thank you.
Alicia here from the International School of Florence, Florence, Italy, the cradle of the Renaissance. I am such a thrill to join all of you on World Speech Day Global Tour 2021, Humanity at a Crossroads. So benvenuto, let's get started.
What if I told you 9 out of 10 of you watching this have already made an assumption about me? What if I told you it was almost certain that you've already noticed my American accent and you think that I'm American? I'm not. English is my third language. My mother tongue is Hungarian. It shifted to German when we moved there and changed to what it is now at the age of 5, English, when we moved to the US. Enrolled in kindergarten, I was an outsider. I spoke no English, I had no friends, I had no way of expressing myself, all because of my lack of English. Disadvantages lurked at every corner. That is when I met Rachel, a little girl sobbing on the sidewalk because her playdate was canceled, yet again. Soon, we became best buddies. She was the first to accept the foreigner, as well as my English. We are racially judged, sexually judged, socially judged, and ethnically judged, all of which we have no control over. I did not choose to be a Caucasian female, but no matter what I do, it is the first prejudice people make, whether I like it or not. See, when prejudice is put into place, it causes people pain. It causes sharp, stabbing pain. Prejudice leads to misconceptions. Misconceptions lead to pain. Pain leads to suffering. A wise man once said, "Prejudice is a learned trait. You are not born prejudiced, you are taught it." I believe these implanted notions were shaped by our family, our education, and most importantly, the society in which we live. The future is in our hands. Our hands build the future. When at a crossroad, you have the possibility of choice. A choice between becoming an innocent 5-year-old without prejudice or not. Let me take you back to the little girl sobbing on the sidewalk a decade ago. She saw past my differences. It took me a while to realize why she didn't have as many playdates. It took me a while to realize why she was the odd one out, the one with an extra chromosome. I was the 1 out of 10 that did not see it. We need more people like the 5-year-old Rachel and me in our world. We were innocent, and we carry our innocence with us on our journeys.
Since the beginning of time, and certainly since the beginning of money, human beings have sought to get richer in order to accumulate more. This has most certainly led to an expanding global community where everything has a price, though it may not have a value. Has the pandemic taught us anything about value? Has the pandemic taught us to limit our needs? Can the pandemic show us that our inner resources, or the companionship provided to us by families and communities, is enough to guide us through this exceedingly insecure world? Humanity is at a crossroads. What the pandemic has shown us is that the choices we make on how we live, how we eat, how we socialize, and how we react all impact our joint future. Is the path forward for humanity a linear one? Or perhaps, should we take a pause and think that maybe going back to a more local and limited life will provide for a better future for our descendants? It has often been said that history is written by the victors. And I find that similarly, journalism is for the victors, in the sense that it is written for and by those who read, who write, who watch TV, and who participate. Evidence has shown that in small villages all over the world, life in the past year has continued on as usual. And these villages are less linked to global economy, to global travel, and to viral pathways. The pandemic mirrors the tensions that we, as humans, have created with our environment, our climate, and our habitat. I do not wish to diminish suffering, and I do not wish to demand a return to an agrarian lifestyle. I do, however, make one plea.
that each one of us acknowledge and recognize that we cannot live in a world where we do not separate need and greed. For it is what we need that impacts our day-to-day life. And if we live with no end to possession and acquisition, we've stretched our lives out far too thinly for us to make the most of them. But these tensions can dissolve, and these animosities can be overcome. But that will require for governments and civil society to realize that humanity is at a crossroads. In the famous words of Robert Frost, "Two roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference."
Je vais aborder avec vous le sujet d'un changement fondamental qui est en train de s'opérer dans notre société. Il s'agit de la mutation de notre modèle économique basé sur le travail de l'homme. En effet, avec les progrès technologiques, notamment l'intelligence artificielle et la digitalisation du commerce que nous observons en cette période de crise sanitaire, vont nous pousser à l'orée d'un monde presque sans travailleurs. Il est très vraisemblable que dans les décennies à venir, une grande partie de la population mondiale se retrouve sans travail. Cette théorie a été développée par le célèbre économiste anglais John Maynard Keynes dans son texte « Lettres à nos petits-enfants », écrit en 1930. En pleine crise économique, Keynes se projette dans 100 ans, donc en 2030, c'est-à-dire dans 9 ans. Selon lui, le capitalisme n'est pas la fin de l'histoire, mais une phase transitoire. Il explique que l'humanité est en train de résoudre son problème économique et va devoir apprendre à occuper son temps libre. Il évoque bien sûr la difficulté de passer de notre modèle judéo-chrétien, où le travail est essentiel, à un modèle d'oisiveté. Cependant, il reste très positif dans sa vision du futur et annonce donc la fin de la société du travail, la fin des contraintes économiques grâce au progrès technologique, la fin de la surconsommation et l'avènement de la société des loisirs. Ainsi, nous disposerons de beaucoup plus de temps libre, mais nous devrons apprendre à en profiter sans surconsommer. Par obligation, car nous travaillerons moins et donc gagnerons moins, et par choix, pour préserver notre planète par souci écologique. Au vu de l'évolution de notre société, il semble évident aujourd'hui, au vu de l'évolution de notre société, que John Maynard Keynes avait vu juste. En effet, les progrès en intelligence artificielle, la robotique et le e-commerce tendent à confirmer cette théorie et laissent donc présager un monde futur où une grande partie de la population ne travaillera pas. Un autre économiste a défendu une thèse similaire. Il s'agit de Jeremy Rifkin, un économiste américain né en 1945. En 1995, il publie un ouvrage intitulé The End of Work, dans lequel il prédit la fin du travail pour une grande partie de la population d'ici la moitié du XXIe siècle. En revanche, sa version est beaucoup plus pessimiste que celle de Keynes. Selon lui, le progrès a un prix, qui lui apparaît comme la séparation de la population mondiale en deux forces irréconciliables. D'un côté, les faibles, broyés par le progrès. De l'autre, une élite de manipulateurs d'abstraction. Le fossé entre les riches et les pauvres va donc se creuser, et les tensions sociales toujours plus fortes pour aboutir à une révolution sociale. En cette période de crise sans précédent, les perspectives de nombreuses faillites et les tensions sociales semblent donner raison à la version de Rifkin. Mais, comme il est dit lui-même, rien n'est encore joué. Et c'est en cela que l'homme va se retrouver à la croisée des chemins. Il va falloir créer un nouveau contrat social qui s'appuie sur le développement du secteur non marchand, porteur de nouvelles valeurs, d'entraide et de solidarité. Merci.
Humanity at a crossroad. Which way is home? So many children in poor countries are at a crossroads, and no way leads them home. Home is not only a structure with a bed, a dinner table, and a couch. It is a feeling in your heart. Home is family, the place where you feel welcome, collected, light and warm. So warm that you would never leave. Many children don't experience that feeling because humanity does not allow them to. These children barely have food in their stomachs, shirts on their backs, and shoes on their feet, so how are they supposed to have a home? It is estimated that in India, 18 million children are homeless. In the world, 100 million. These children, unprotected by walls and people that care for them, are often victims of assault. There are many dangers that homeless children face daily, young and innocent. They are the easy victims. They are the major victims of organ trafficking, prostitution, slavery, forced into becoming underage soldiers. If they don't become victims of these atrocities, then they will be forced to work to survive. Of the 100 million homeless children, I was one of the fortunate ones. I was wandering in the soup with my mother and my baby brother. My mother let go of my hand and told me to go look at a stand. I ran to look at it. A second later, I turned around and both had vanished into thin air. Everything that happened after was a total blur. Only many years later, while looking at documents, I found out that the police had found me and brought me to an orphanage. That's where I made friends for the first time. There were 2 sections, one for the boys, one for the girls. There were about 50 children. We were all waiting for a family. Though many were waiting for a family, the best moment occurred when the child that was lost was reunited with their family. I remember this girl. She was probably my age, 4. Her father held her so tight, never letting go, but also as if he were holding something extremely fragile, afraid he might break her. And the way her mother caressed her beaming face, not everyone was lucky. But my lucky moment came 1 year later, thanks to a very caring family. I remember feeling hungry, thirsty in the summer, and very cold during the monsoons. Yes, I was loved by my friends, teachers, and supervisors. But I always had that feeling of being so alone, that it wouldn't make a difference to anyone if I died. You have always had your parents to protect you. You never needed to procure food and money for yourself. So let's be grateful for what we have. Because if we have a home and all of that, we have nothing to complain about. Those children out there need to be their own superheroes in order to survive. But sometimes even superheroes die. So instead of just wishing that atrocious events like those did not happen, there is a way to make their lives better, more peaceful. Allow a child to not have to hold a firearm. Allow a child to not be sexually abused. Allow a child to not work. Instead, allow them to sit in a classroom. If you have the legal power to take, if you have the power to take legal custody of a child and give a child a home to become part of a family, one by one, fewer children will have to live through hell. Adoption gives an opportunity to a child for an education of being loved and cared for. Adoption allows couples and single parents to live with a child, to share the life with a child and experience the unique experience of parenthood. Adoption builds rewarding, meaningful, stable, loving relationships between adoptive families, the biological families, and the child itself. The child of the adopted family can remain in contact with the mother through open adoption. The mother would be receiving letters, emails, phone calls, and photos of the child. One of the biggest advantages is that you get to create a peaceful, safe, and loving environment for you and your child. In the word adoption, there's the word option. You have the option to make a better future for you by building a stable relationship and experiencing parenthood. And the child receives all the rights of a child. Yes, I am one of the lucky ones. I have a loving family, but my memories of India and the orphanage are vivid ones. And I often think about the children that were there with me, those whom I lived with in the orphanage. There were some very unfortunate children there. I remember a girl, she was mute and deaf. Who would ever adopt such a child? Or the 13-year-old girl. Children older than 10 have a low adoption rate. The pandemic has slowed down the process, but do not allow it to stop you. At a crossroad, help a child find their way home. I finally feel like if I were to die, someone would cry for me.
I was 12 when I first read the novel Small Great Things. I believed myself to be a fair, open-minded person. I certainly wasn't racist or prejudiced towards those from another country or ethnic group. After turning the last page of that novel, I realized how wrong I was. I had thought that people who were racist were the ones who showed up at white supremacist rallies, the kind of people who were responsible for the death of Emmett Till, Martin Luther King Jr., and so many others. The kind of person who would call the cops on a little black boy playing with a Nerf gun. The kind of person who would shoot a little black boy playing with a Nerf gun without a second thought. Those were bad people, evil people, and I certainly wasn't one of them. Small Great Things taught me that simply believing I'm not racist and believing in equality isn't enough, because there's so much more to racism. The moment we first see a person, be it on the street or at a social gathering, we make a snap judgment about them. We all do it. It's unavoidable. We create a bias towards that person, no matter who they are or their skin color. We're all subject to it. We all have our implicit biases, and we cannot help but act upon them. We cannot help but build our opinion of someone based on what we believe we know about that person. It's easy to observe white supremacists and label them as racist and soothe your conscience by reminding yourself that you're different from them. But there's so much more to racism than what we would like to believe. Because it's not just about prejudice, it's about power too. When you are white, you hold all the power, you hold all the advantages and opportunities, and you take them willingly. You hold all the cards, and you keep them close to your chest, knowing that one day you're going to use those cards. Just because you're not actively contributing to the problem doesn't mean that you're not a part of it. We, as a society, as a world, are all part of the problem. And every day that we continue to safely live in our bubble, we ensure that our worldly issue continues. We wait for the big moments, the moment where an innocent man is murdered in cold blood for no other reason than his skin color, in order to step out of our bubble and protest, to write on our posters, "This isn't right," to stand in a crowd for a few hours on our knees in silence. And then, once we finish protesting for a better world, we head on out to lunch with friends, because we can, and because we deserve a break after our hard work trying to change the world, right? But the bias is still there, living and flourishing in our hearts and minds, and the prejudice still lives on, flowing through our veins as thick as blood. Martin Luther King's March on Washington took 2 months of preparation. In May, 2 days after George Floyd's death, hundreds of thousands of people were protesting in different cities throughout America and the world. Our generation holds great power at our fingertips, and it is our responsibility as today's future to harness that power and use it for good. We do not have the option to be passive, to sit back and watch as the world we will one day lead thrives off of the inequality and injustice that we feed it. We must act. It is our duty to act in any and every way that we can. We have the hope, the motivation, the clarity to know that there is much to fix. And now we just need the determination to fix it ourselves, to grasp that power and to wield it. The spark of change only has to start inside of one person for it to start inside of everybody. Start your spark, share it, spread it, breathe life into it, until it becomes a wildfire, raw and powerful and impossible to control, that consumes the world.
Life and living through a screen is consuming our human essence. Today, being connected electronically has become more realistic than being connected physically. Over the past few decades, technological breakthrough changed the way we interact with each other, connecting us but creating social gaps. Every minor field has been replaced by technological innovations. More to the point, with the invention of the internet. While our business meetings are now conference calls and school is mostly attended online with much scholastic software, Classroom, Gmail, Google Docs, Zoom, Kahoot, there are too many to name. Many relationships start on the net. But is online interaction equal to human interaction? It can be demonstrated through a simple example, a text message, a tweet. "I'm sorry you lost your job," or "I'm sorry for your loss. May your mother rest in peace." Are you able to perceive displeasure or empathy? I surely cannot. And this is the first reason why the internet is not as powerful as human interaction. It is because in words typed, there is no tone, no thought, no emotions, no empathy. Another example is when you need a hug or consolation from someone special. Can you do this online? Surely not. The most you can do is post a like or a comment to uplift that person. But in real life, when you hug someone, you transmit some of that joy or concern through that physical hug or kiss or consolation. Physically enjoying a moment with somebody is the same as sharing some of the joy of them. I myself understood the importance of physical interaction with virtual school. Sitting in front of a screen for 8 hours straight, just staring at icons or the upper body of my classmates, not being able to see their facial expressions, their emotions, and hear their thoughts in person, made me comprehend that the internet, as much as it can improve, will never replace the emotional and physical essence of human interaction. Thank you.
Ryan Hilligan, 13 years old. Megan Meyer, 13 years old. Tyler Clementi, 18 years old. Amanda Todd, 15 years old. Remember these names. Let them sink in. We'll come back to them soon. We as humans are social creatures, and communication plays a very integral role in our everyday lives. For centuries, we have searched for better, easier, and faster ways to communicate. In the past century, technological advancements have transformed the way we communicate and interact with each other. With the rapid emergence of social media, file sharing sites, and instant messaging platforms, communication became faster and easier. While there are benefits to instant communication, there is a downside to it all. While difficult to perceive its origin, bullying has existed for a very long time, and with the birth of social media, it has opened a new and wide platform for bullying, cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is the cause of many young people's self-inflicted harm or mental instabilities, such as depression and anxiety. These could sooner or later worsen into a much more serious situation that could be life-threatening, such as an attempt at suicide or an act of terrorism towards a specific group of people. Remember the names I had mentioned in the beginning? Those are just a few of the names of the lives lost to suicide as a result of cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is the use of an electronic device to cause harm to someone online. The most common types of cyberbullying experienced by children online are offensive name-calling, the spreading of false rumors, receiving explicit images that they did not ask for, constantly being asked who they are and what they are doing, physical threats, and having explicit images shared without their consent. Many countries have already placed anti-cyberbullying laws to show awareness to the cause. However, barely any of these countries implement such laws. Meanwhile, other countries believe that their laws already in place are enough to handle the cyberbullying cases in their countries. But shouldn't there be mandatory laws that every country should have to follow? Shouldn't cyberbullying be labeled as a crime in all countries, or even in the worst case scenario, homicide? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves on this matter, for the sake of this generation and the next. Also, how aware are parents of their child's online experiences? In a recent study, about 60% of parents with children ages 14 to 18 report that their child has been bullied. Around 1/5 of bullying in total occurs on social media, whether it be through text or email. Additionally, according to the research study by Cyberbullying Research Center, only 28% of teens report that they've been bullied. Cyberbullying has always been a growing issue. However, with the recent pandemic, it has the potential to skyrocket. Because of such pandemic, children have been spending more time on the internet than ever before. Therefore, even cyberbullying has the capability to increase. What needs to be done is governments need to start implementing their cyberbullying laws more. The perpetrators need to be held accountable and must be educated on the consequences and dangers of their actions. Parents need to be more vigilant with their child's online experiences and activities. Schools should have to show more awareness to the cause and to the students. Lastly, bystanders need to speak up. If you ever come in contact with someone that is being cyberbullied, please speak up for them, because every voice counts.
I'm fortunate to have lived in many places. India, Jordan, America, and Italy. All of them boast cultural diversity, natural beauty, and rich history. Realities that future generations might not have the privilege of knowing, because all of these places are in danger. India is covered in a perpetual blanket of smog. The Chesapeake Bay in Maryland is acidifying. Jordan is desiccated from water scarcity, and Italy, my home now, is experiencing a more irregular waterfall that will eventually lead to drought. They are only a small fraction of our world, a small fraction of the pain the earth is feeling, and the pain that us humans will experience as a result. My family and other residents of Delhi wore masks long before this pandemic started because of its suffocating air pollution. Don't think that climate change is only problematic for the earth. If our house falls, so do we. Climate change is an existential threat. How many times have you heard that? And yet we continue to do so little about it. It seems it can hardly take precedence over the litany of other problems we are facing. Poverty, war and corruption, and now the global pandemic. Unfortunately, climate change is a problem that is growing with each passing year. When will we listen to the warning cries of our climate scientists and activists? When another hole is torn into the ozone layer? When our coastal cities are covered in water? We cannot keep procrastinating. Humanity has dug its own grave, and only we can climb out of it. But we can only climb out of it together. In the 1980s, a hole was discovered in the ozone layer above Antarctica. The idea that there could be a gap in the substance protecting us from UV radiation shocked the world into action. The UN established the Montreal Protocol, the only treaty in history to be universally ratified, which limited the use of the chlorofluorocarbons that were causing ozone depletion. We can work together. The question is, are we willing to? We need all of humanity to combat climate change because our great minds are diverse thinkers. This is our greatest advantage as long as we work at the same table. The Earth is what we have in common. If we can't collaborate to save the planet we all love, what can we be unified on? The Paris Agreement is a good start, but it's still not enough to keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. Scientists warn that because of this failure, the world will lose $2 billion per day in economic losses from weather events worsened by climate change. Hurricane Maria slammed into Puerto Rico in 2017, causing over 3,000 fatalities and countless people to lose their homes. This is the type of weather event that will become a pattern. The Earth's fury will affect you and the health and livelihoods of people across the globe. Already existing problems like food and water scarcity are only being exacerbated by climate change. Right now, the world is on a pathway to a rise of temperature between 3 and 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. This could trigger a scenario called hothouse Earth, where because of elevated temperatures, sea levels rise 10 to 60 meters, making large parts of our planet uninhabitable. Cities all over the world could disappear, from Mumbai and Shanghai to New York City. We need to make sure this catastrophic reality isn't the one we inherit. We can do that by turning off our lights, using green energy, and taking the bus. We can do that by demanding our world leaders improve, through participation, our mechanism for global collaboration, the Paris Agreement. Most importantly, we can do that by joining together. As separate countries signed on to a treaty, and as a species, as humanity united against what threatens to destroy us. Let us choose the right path down this crossroads, but most importantly, let us venture down that path together.
Hello. Wait 1 second. I just gotta check my notifications. Oh yeah, Lisa liked my Instagram pic. This will only take a second. Oh yeah, she did, and I got 28 new likes. That's pretty cool. But, Charlie got more. Is it because she's skinnier than me? No, it's because my ears stick out. Or my hair. It's pretty weird. I'm just not pretty. No, you know what? I'm gonna set myself a notification. If I eat only salad for lunch for the next week and skip dessert for the next 2 months, I can start to be skinny like her. Now, that situation was fictional, but it's not uncommon. Some of my peers do the same, and other people take it to an even greater level. Already, 1 in every 5 children and youth have some kind of diagnosable emotional, behavioral, or mental health disorder. And estimates show that over 70% of them don't get the help they need. On top of that, mental health statistics over the past 5 years have shown an increase of 93%. And suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death among 15 through 19-year-olds. These are extremely frightening statistics. A study conducted by the International Journal of Scientific and Technology Research stated that there is a connection between social media and these mental health disorders. Another survey showed that 97% of over 750 teens surveyed actively use a social media platform, whether it's Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, you name it. Now, what are the connections between the two? First, let's look at the effects social media has on all of us. By looking at images of super skinny girls or ripped, muscular guys, we start to feel badly about our bodies, which lowers self-esteem, can cause eating disorders such as anorexia, bulimia, or binge eating. Depression, anxiety, sleep loss, and many others are all issues that can be caused by too much social media. Now, I'm not saying that social media is a horrible thing that's going to wipe out all of mankind. No. I'm saying that by regulating the time spent on social media, by being more mindful of what we take in and what the age limit is on these platforms, we can benefit a lot of people. Because there have been no long-term studies on social media since it's quite a recent thing, I'm curious to know more about how social media affects the growing, developing brain of children. Does this exposure do something to stunt the development? Can it create long-term issues other than mental health disorders? There is so much we don't know and so much we have yet to find out. If we think about all of these things, it's quite terrifying. And yet, I still wanted an Instagram account. I still see my peers doing TikToks or obsessing over how many likes they did or didn't get. I still see girls throwing up their food and guys not eating. I still hear my peers crying in the bathroom and sighing when they look in the mirror. Now, this is a global problem, but it's also a local issue. We know better, and it's time we change it. Do we continue with the eating disorders, with the depression and the anxiety, with the sleep loss and the stress? Or do we stop mental health disorders caused by social media altogether? As Aberhani once said, the first steps are always the hardest, but until they are taken, the notion of progress remains only a notion and not an achievement. So help me take the first steps towards preventing mental health disorders in our teens and children. Thank you.
A few months ago, I participated in a Model United Nations event. At first, I was kind of disappointed that it was to be online, and I thought, what is the point? I was wrong. The experience was not diminished. Meeting with and working towards resolutions with students from different schools and different countries was incredible, and it made me feel less isolated. It was hard for me to imagine during lockdown that I could establish friendships and connect with new people. It made me think of the endless possibilities that online learning could provide, especially for students who live in remote areas with limited access to education and technology. Which brings me to Morocco. When I was in Morocco a few years ago, we visited a Berber village. There was no electricity. The kids, even very small children, walked miles on dangerous roads to school. And I'm pretty sure the curriculum was no better than the roads they walked on. At the time, I remember wondering what they are learning and where they would take that knowledge into the future. There was a lot to learn and navigate for both the students and the teachers at my school, but we all tried to stay positive. Now we return to the Berber village. Just imagine if these kids could access online learning from their own homes or local community center and meet with students and teachers from all over the world. It's exciting to think of how this could affect change in the lives of these children, how it could open the world to them. This problem not only applies to children in remote villages. During the pandemic, many children have fallen behind academically simply because they cannot afford the necessary technology and internet for online school. It would be amazing and transformative for so many if through corporate and private donations, we could fund educational online programs and provide the technological support that is needed. Online education may not be perfect, but it can provide connectivity during times like these. And more importantly, it could change the future of how we educate and interact. Technology can bridge the educational gap. That kid in the Berber village and I, we can meet at the crossroads.
2 years ago, my mother, my sister, and I went on a hike through the jungle in the former Mayan region in Belize.
As we were driving back, we met a native woman walking back from her job. It was a long distance between the remote forest reserve she was working at and the nearest village. We stopped and offered her a ride. When she got in, I thought of her as a poor villager with a boring job and her day being the same as any other. Turns out, I was wrong. We asked about her life. Maria wakes up each day at dawn and walks 6 kilometers to her job. On her way there, she sees jaguars passing and pythons slithering across the dusty road and grass. Her family runs a small shop selling different kinds of handmade goods. After we dropped her off, I never saw Maria again, but her story sticks with me to this day. We met on a crossroads and parted our own ways, continuing our stories after our paths crossed. Everyone is living a story of their own. You are so engrossed in our own world, our own story. We often fail to acknowledge the walking books around us. The importance of knowing other people's stories is that it can help us become better people and have a more accurate image of that individual. When we see people in school, on the street, in the supermarket, on the subway, we tend to create an image of that individual, an image that is often distorted because of a lack of information. A young woman in her 20s is holding a placard. Justice for some is not justice. Just another protester, a rebel, extremist, or something more. A person on the street, looking like they hadn't had a shower in weeks, holding out their dirty hand, asking for €1, is just another beggar. An old man sitting by himself with a walking stick by his side. We only look so deep as his wrinkles, his gray hair. We don't look past his walking stick. We don't see who they are beneath the surface. We can't imagine how they got there. Possibly, the beggar is after all a parent who lost their job due to COVID and has no other resort but to beg on the streets to support their family. The old man is the survivor of the concentration camps organized by the Nazi, whose family died in front of him. Not only is story sharing eye-opening, but it can also teach us certain values which you would have never learned without listening. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I came up to my grandmother, a woman who lived during the Soviet Union times, in my favorite dress, all yellow with white butterflies in it, and asked her, what was your favorite dress when you were little like me, Grandma? And what she said next made me change my perspective of the advantages I was offered in my life forever. She said something along the lines of, funny you ask, it was actually a military print dress made from the scraps of a parachute used in the war. You know, we didn't have much then. Had to use anything we could find. Today, there are many people like my grandmother who lived and are living through such hardships. Hardships even worse than that. Hearing what another person has been through can enable us to be more motivated in what we do with our own lives. We have all heard of people like Helen Keller, the first deafblind woman to earn a Bachelor of Arts, Vincent van Gogh, who only sold 1 painting in his lifetime, Oprah Winfrey, born into poverty in rural Mississippi by a teenage mother, Stephen Hawking, who couldn't be sidetracked by ALS, and the list goes on. What made those people unique, and what makes them stand out, is that they followed their passions, and so should we. So, on a final note, while writing our own stories and listening to the stories of others, the crossroads of humanity is headed to becoming a much more interesting and an inspiring place, a place where we can come together and learn about each other's individuality, and create a better future for all of mankind.
Too fat, too skinny, too tall, too talkative, too ugly, too quiet, too pretty, too much. This is a small example of what girls are told every day. Girls aren't born hating themselves, the world teaches them to. For centuries, girls were told that we need to meet an expectation of beauty, mind, and thought. As if the only reason we were put in this world was to love and serve men. Boys tell us that they will only like us if we look impossible. Our school tells us to cover our body because boys see us as sexual objects instead of human beings, and that we cannot distract them. We get judged every second of every day. We are told to act weak and be damsels in distress, because if we actually beat the boys, then we make them feel emasculated, and that is our fault. And it is our responsibility to make sure that the world knows that they are the superior sex. When boys assert themselves, they are called leaders. When girls do this, they are called words like bossy. Words like bossy imply that we shouldn't raise our hands, we shouldn't stand up for ourselves, and that we shouldn't develop leadership skills. Society tells us that doing these things are mean and are bad and unladylike. And the worst part is that girls are telling other girls these words. We as young women should be encouraging each other and not putting each other down. Society says that in the present day, sexism doesn't happen, but I see it every day. Girls are told that they need to change themselves so that society will accept them. They are told that the only way to change the way you feel about your body is to exercise more and to go on a diet. We are told that if you dislike your body, you need to change it. And whenever girls disagree with this, they are called rebels. During summer, when it's hot and girls want to wear clothes that prevent them from getting hot, we are slut-shamed. And we are told that our stomachs and shoulders and knees are distracting, and that we have to wear more modest clothes, but that we may not like or feel comfortable in. I think it's really important to realize that booty shorts and cropped t-shirts are some of the only options that are given to us. When you go to a store that's targeted to young women, or a section that's targeted to young women, it's nearly impossible to find anything in between booty shorts or knee-length shorts. I think that talks more about the hypersexualization of young girls in the industry than it does about the actual girls wearing them. We should be teaching boys to not over-sexualize shoulders and knees instead of telling girls to cover their bodies. Sexism shouldn't be a topic that's so uncomfortable for men that we shouldn't talk about it. It should be something that we can talk about so we can change other people's points of views, so we can walk towards a future where no matter what sex or gender you are treated equally.
Let's say this. For example, if your name is Melanie, you're a girl. If your name is Tom, then you're a boy. But what if Melanie doesn't like Tom? What if she likes a female? What if Tom likes skirts? What if he doesn't feel like a boy anymore? What if what you see from the outside is wrong? Like everyone says, never judge a book by its cover. At some point during adolescence, young people experience confusion about who they are and what their role is in our world. People don't decide who they're attracted to. Mostly, it's based on a feeling. Therefore, things such as conversion therapy, torture, treatment, or persuasion won't lead them to think differently. According to studies, any kind of treatment is most likely to lead the victim into depression or to lead the victim to act like who they aren't. Even up until now, a few torture or conversion centers are still opening. Hard to believe, isn't it? Most of you have heard of the LGBTQ+ community. Lesbians, gays, queers, transgender people, and non-binary people have been fighting for their own rights. I in fact think that each one of us deserves the right to speak up. But first, allow me to explain. What is this community? And why do we have to learn all about it? Asexuality is a term used to describe who you love or who you feel like. This term is usually used to specify someone's sexual orientation, or even better, someone's desire or someone's identity. There is no finite number of sexualities and genders. According to some websites, though, there are 23 finite sexualities that are considered the most known, and 7 to 52 genders that are true according to a variety of websites and social media posts. Obviously, though, there may be more or less. Being informed about sexual orientations or genders can help you be assorted into one of these categories without being misunderstood. Schools should include some of the meanings of these important terms, especially for students to identify as them, to feel comfortable in their own skin. Being informed allows people to feel safe and actually learn something about
something that needs to be addressed. Considering the amount of misinformation found in social media like Instagram and TikTok, people seem to bring up the topic as if it were something important or something uncommon. Young people on the apps may experience confusion or misunderstandings, like supposing it's a trend or something that needs to be popular. In fact, being part of the community is something that needs to be heard, but it's becoming something popular all of a sudden, and people use fake data on the internet to collect clout. It is changing the minds of young people before people can figure things out themselves. Coming out is a hard process. Not everybody does it well. But first of all, what is coming out? Coming out refers to the process of people of the community who grow as they work to accept their sexual orientation or gender identity, as they share openly to other people. Coming out is considered a brave thing to do. It is mostly personal, but it can lead to comments from others, questions, concerns, or even a happy conclusion because of you speaking to them. Coming out isn't a one-time thing, and it depends on both the situation you were put in or in the situation you want to be put in. It can bring you closer to whom you love or create distance from others who don't support your reasoning. The risk in coming out depends on how well you know your surroundings and how you think somebody will react. Not everyone lives in a safe household. Therefore, you should find support anywhere. Before you talk to whoever you want to, before you come out, you should make sure that you will be able to digest and understand the information they will give you. It has been occurring for decades. It's unfair and unjust. People all around the world discriminate against others' sexual orientation. Beliefs such as transphobia or homophobia, where somebody believes in the fact that nobody should break the traditional gender barriers or gender norms, having different sexual attractions, or not being straight or heterosexual. Society is rough, as well as being in different religions or beliefs. But we have the right to be equal. What's the point of not being yourself when you can?
I am forced to take school classes online in my room alone. I'm forced to join a Zoom call while my dog is barking to go outside and my brothers are knocking on my bedroom door. I'm forced to learn online by only seeing my teacher's face and not their body expression. Forced to FaceTime friends instead of playing tag on the playground. The entire world is at a crossroad, and we're being forced in so many unnatural ways, but I think technology has been a positive force for us all. With school closures, it is estimated 70% of the total student population worldwide has been affected by COVID, according to UNESCO. We were forced into isolation and forced to use technology. Donna J. Abernathy said, "Technology is not the next big thing, it is the now big thing." The power of technology allowed us to continue to work, communicate, and educate remotely, even acquire daily needs like groceries. The COVID disruption in our lives is less severe because of technology. Annette Argyal said, "Online learning is like a rising tide. It's going to lift all boats." Before this awful pandemic, technology was mainly used by people who used it for work and education. The pandemic forced many who are not technologically savvy to start using it, which allowed us to be closer in touch with them. For example, my grandmothers in Germany and America use FaceTime video and Zoom daily now, because we haven't been able to see them in over a year. Technology is the only way for us to communicate. While people think technology has negative effects, it not only helped us overcome this isolated time, but also find new passions. I had more flexible schedule, more time at home, and I found hobbies I could study for free online, like dog training for my new puppy, or even how to cook the perfect omelet. And there are tons of online learning apps like Khan Academy, where you can learn history, science, English, math, anything really. I was also forced to be self-disciplined and manage my time better, as I was responsible for showing up, doing the work, and studying, without a teacher walking around the classroom to encourage me. Let's be honest, there are negative things about online learning. I mean, taking my favorite drama class through a computer screen makes it hard to show emotions. And even if I can go to school, I have to wear a mask that covers half my face, which makes expressions hard to show. I choose to be grateful at this crossroad for what technology has allowed me and my classmates to accomplish during this terrible pandemic. Although we were forced into online learning, it is important we as students did not stop learning, because life did not stop teaching.
Aristotle said, "It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light." For all children across the world, this is the dark moment. The moment in which we are enveloped in gloom and must focus on the small grain of bliss that will arrive in the future. Because I believe that we will be able to overcome this change as a species, just as we have done countless times during our vast history. Although that is no reason to underestimate the severity of this pandemic. Only a year ago, I was out with my friends, laughing, playing, and having a blast, with few worries and great dreams. That was a year ago. In just 1 year, our lives have changed completely. Instead of gallivanting around and experiencing new things, new emotions, and creating new memories, I was tucked at home, eating my cereal and staring at the small icons of my classmates. My motivation had waned, and I had not seen a friend for months, and decided that the best way to spend my days was watching YouTube and reading about the countless tragedies happening in our world. As you may know, a peer's opinion is very important for students, and many times a classmate's emotion can change a child's mood greatly. Well, this was very similar, except it was on a global scale. With the continuous spread of news about the daily deaths, new cases, and declining economy, as a person, my joy was being gnawed at, and I was even more miserable. However, it wasn't only my mental well-being that was in turmoil, also my physical well-being was collapsing. Not being able to go outside and play football in the park, and the constant yearning for the pack of crisps on the shelf in the kitchen really took its toll during the beginnings of lockdown. Although everyone's situation is different, and I obviously have different interests to others, there's one thing that we all have in common. Our lives have changed completely. Like a yellow-bellied toad in the Sahara Desert or a beluga whale in the Congo rainforest. But there is actually one difference. And as stated by the great scientist Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. And we humans are the best species at adapting to different situations. Like the Great Depression, which made more than 2 million people homeless, yet humanity still prevailed, with new changes in the structure of society and the New Deal proposed by President Roosevelt. So remember, this change in our lives will not lead to destruction or ruin our happiness, because in a few years from now, this change will be normal and we will have adapted and become comfortable to this change. So as stated by the two great minds that live 2 millennia apart, this will not lead to destruction or ruin our happiness. So raise your chin and make the most of this historic moment, because in a few years from now, we will be able to tell the future generations about how we overcame this crucial crossroad for humanity.
Growing up, me and my sisters would argue about anything and everything. The main subject of our arguments was mainly food. I remember one time I went as far as measuring my leftovers down to the last milligram to make sure that they didn't eat any when I wasn't looking. Nowadays, during this pandemic, you and I have little to no connection to the outside world. The only people we have left to talk to are our family members, and it's hard at this age to talk to our parents about our problems, so all we really have left are our siblings. And that's if we're lucky enough to have them. Not only are we and our siblings connected through blood, through DNA, but also psychologically, emotionally, and socially. We have seen each other grow and go through our worst and best times. Jonathan Caspi, the professor of family science and human development at Montclair State University, wrote, "Social distancing naturally creates isolation from those outside your immediate household, which can have negative effects on both your physical and mental health. So it's more important than ever to maintain the sibling bonds we share, because connecting with siblings can be a powerful source for reducing isolation and anxiety." If prior to the pandemic you didn't have a sustainable relationship or even a healthy relationship, it is important to work on building one with your siblings, because as Caspi said, isolation can have a toll on your mental and physical health. So if you didn't have a relationship with your sibling before the pandemic, before you can go out and talk to your friends, how are you going to be at your best mental, physical state? The downside is that they're still our siblings, and we tend to fight. It's natural. The important thing to remember is that tomorrow they're still your brother or sister. So no matter how much you hate them or how much you want to rip off their head, we just have to learn to forget. Notice how I didn't mention apologies? Yeah, because that stuff only works on cheesy sitcoms like Full House. If both you and your sibling were to agree to forget about it, there will be no losers in the argument, and it'll help you heal your relationship faster, therefore leading to a stronger body and mental mindset. This is the tactic that me and my siblings found most effective growing up. 1 minute, my sister and I would be yelling at each other, hitting and screaming, and the next, we would be running around pretending zombies were chasing us, shooting Nerf darts everywhere. Memories built up from these moments strengthened and enlightened my whole future.
Dora was a stunning beauty,
with penetrating dark eyes and a smooth brown velvet coat. She had become a significant member of the family. 6-year-old Lucia adored her. A strong bond developed between the little girl and the horse. They were great sources of love and support to each other in an unimaginable moment of hardship and fear, World War II. So, when the Nazis took Dora away, under Lucia's watchful, unbelieving eyes, she was devastated, to the point where she was unable to sleep or eat for days. She had truly believed she had lost Dora forever, but fate had another plan. Miraculously, Dora returned home, 3 days later. From Lucia's house, perched high on the hill, she could see Dora perching from a distance, a strong and undefeatable figure. She was a rock for Lucia, in a time of great strife and instability. And even today, almost 80 years later, Dora, her loss and return, remain some of my grandmother's most powerful memories. They have been seared into her, an invisible tattoo on the soul. I know this because Lucia, my grandmother, has shared this memory many times with me, and I too have come to claim her story as my own. In a world full of change and great uncertainty, our memories remain a constant. I like to think of it as a kind of archive that the mind efficiently stores, where memories wait patiently in some cramped corner, waiting to be pulled out and revisited when we least expect it. In fact, when we look back onto our lives, these memories are what remain. When we share our memories with others, we share part of ourselves, and in the process, what we gain is priceless. What fuels us, hurts us, what matters most to us, we discover from our stories. These stories make us who we are, like tiny pieces that collectively come together to form a beautiful, intricate embroidery. Stories have the ability to connect people, empower, uplift, and affect change. The bitter experience of 6-year-old Lucia living in wartime and losing her precious horse, only to later experience her almost magical, triumphant return, not only offers me a window onto my grandmother's past, but it is also a lesson in resilience and hope that we could all use today.
It's been a long, dark year, but it's not the first time that humanity has been enveloped in darkness. Let's go back to the 12th century, the Dark Ages. Imagine your neighbors are dying of the plague. Violence throughout the streets. Life seems unbearable. The one salvation you have is the church. The church controls everything, even your thoughts. You believe you are on earth just to prepare for the afterlife. Who you are, what you do, what you achieve doesn't matter. You have no opinion, no voice, no reason to dream of anything more, no reason to create. You are insignificant. When did this grim, miserable time get better and how? Some would say the Renaissance, the rebirth of ideas, the exploration of creativity. But it didn't start with the Renaissance. The transformation into light came before, when humanity was at one of its biggest crossroads. So what inspired this shift when things could have stayed dark and hopeless? I believe the transformation started when people started to have empathy for one another in the 12th and 13th century. 3 people helped change the way society viewed the world, which led to the Renaissance. In the 12th century, St. Francis of Assisi was known for his love and empathy for nature and animals. People started to realize how animals and nature related to their own existence. St. Francis gave the hopeless something to connect to and care for, which inspired hope for a better life. It was one of the first times there was a sense of humanitarianism during the Dark Ages. Another humanitarianist was Dante, in the 13th and 14th century. Dante wrote the Divine Comedy, the greatest literary work in the Italian language. The Divine Comedy explored the afterlife, their journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise. In the book, Dante made fun of some of the most powerful people in Florence, the politicians, priests, nobles, and bankers, by exposing some of their darkest sins. Dante influenced the start of humanitarianism by having empathy for others and showing that humans can aspire to be more. Giotto, the famous 13th and 14th century artist and architect, broke from the popular Byzantine style. Giotto started painting humans in a realistic way and not as mythical religious figures. His paintings depicted actual facial characteristics. People could empathize with the paintings of angels and Jesus because they actually looked like them. Giotto stated, "The heart is as is as a frail craft on which we wish to reach the stars. Giotto's realistic techniques and accuracy of emotion reflected the value of human life. Through religion, literature, and art, St. Francis, Dante, and Giotto, society realized that their lives do matter. They have a voice. They have the power to create a better future. It slowly led humanity towards light. No matter the crossroad, if it's the dark ages or the darkness we face today with the COVID pandemic, humanity will always find the light if we have empathy for each other. Saint Francis of Assisi once said, "All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle." Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Jeremy, currently studying at the French War College. Humanity is facing different challenges. These challenges demand us to choose between fighting in a concrete way to live together or navigate in a deep foggy sea. Humanity has to change, rethink itself and rebuild its society. Globalization and immigration are different challenges facing society. Individualism is exacerbating these issues. Everybody wants to succeed and have a certain number of followers or friends. However, as Marie Curie said, each of us must work for its improvement and, at the same time, share a general responsibility for all humanity. This responsibility has, as its source, the sense of service that everybody has within themselves. Leaders have the responsibility to serve people as a guide. This means investing in people's growth and not only in their performance. At the beginning of my career, a young guy who was my subordinate faced a hard reality and had particularly one brother and his father in jail, a mother in pain with a harsh disease, and a little sister facing the reality of exclusion in suburban France. This guy was looking for stability, guidance, and recognition, but failed because he lacked a point of reference. His will was to find his path. However, finding this path required guidance, objective, and trust. Achieving the combination of these three pillars, I focused on exercising strong and servant leadership to work with him. I gave him a chance to understand the military culture. I offered him the opportunity to integrate himself into our society, as a military and as a citizen. You cannot imagine what this man was capable of, because I trusted him and leaned on him. He seized this chance, and today, as a lance corporal, he is serving his nation. As a father, he is guiding his child for them to live peacefully within a social framework. And as a leader, he is exercising a servant leadership. I firmly believe that humanity will overcome the challenge I described previously, thanks to the care that people can provide to each other and the responsibilities that Marie Curie mentioned. The future of humanity is in our hands. These hands belong to those who keep in mind that serving is about reaching the single purpose of lifting people up. This is a way to start overcoming the challenges that people and humanity is facing. Moreover, this is a means to fight individualism that is corroding our societies.
As everyone who has been in a situation of responsibility, I've been wondering what type of leader I should be. Humanity is at a crossroads. In 2020, the combination of the pandemic and the digital revolution was a preview of our future. Last year had a huge impact on individuals. Thus, we cannot be the same leader that we were yesterday, and we won't be the same leaders tomorrow. The easy access to information distorts the way we see the world. We experience it every day. Just look how everybody has become an expert in viruses and vaccines. This era of new tech will also bring us new communication means. And what's more important in leadership than communication? As a squadron leader, during the COVID-19 pandemic, I experienced the impact of these changes. I was used to leading a team with exemplarity, justice, and authority. Lockdown forced me to learn how to lead a team partially at home, while also working sometimes from home. If it was necessary to continue our missions in a context of national and foreign operations, it was also hard to work, hard to communicate. But during this period, I learned two very important things. On the one hand, I learned that the people under my command were responsible enough to make it. They were autonomous enough to achieve their tasks because they knew their role, they knew the objective. On the other hand, I learned that adaptation and agility were vital to face the new environment, the new threat. The agility was useful to implement working shifts, new behaviors, new communication means. How do I protect the squadron from a cluster that could stop its activity? How do I transmit efficiently confidential information to the ones at home? These were the type of problems that I had to solve. In a way, the COVID-19 pandemic opened my eyes and made me realize how the world could be. Because I strongly believe that we will have to overcome other difficulties, like pandemics, climate change, wars. Therefore, I urge every future leader in this world not to think they could follow any leadership model, but to follow their own. And to keep in mind two things. The first quality a leader will need in the future is to adapt. And second, whatever the road you decide to follow, you must know your destination, your objective.
Lack of courage is the greatest sin of the free world, told Pope John Paul II. Humanity is at a crossroad and needs, more than ever, courageous men and women. Pampered by our material condition, we are afraid to act. We resist the idea of change. As a soldier, I was trained in emergency first aid. And one day, I had to respond to a road accident. It was during my holiday, in the middle of the night. My children were sleeping in the car. A car was at the side of the road, flipped over. The driver had escaped from the broken window and was unconscious. After securing the witnesses and the traffic, I approached the unconscious victim. Even though I felt a light signal of breathing, I was not able to measure the pulse. I worried and told this to another person who arrived on the scene. It was a medical student and told me the pulse was present. It was comforting for me to hear this opinion for a moral authority. The next day, I read in the newspaper that a young driver had died. There was no pulse. What I thought was breath were gasps, unconscious reflexes from diaphragm muscles. I knew this, but the presence of a guide took away my responsibility to think. I never lose. Either I win or learn. That night, I learned a lot. I learned not to be afraid of what I know. Faced to our future, we need to act. Leadership starts by believing in yourself, in what you have learned, in what you feel. Do not let yourself be fooled by moral authority. As a leader, do not position yourself as a moral authority. Be confident of what you are, of what you know, and transmit this confidence to people around you. Natural law, which pushes humanity toward goods, needs courageous men and women who are not afraid to act.
We do not inherit the earth from our parents. We borrow it from our children, said Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, the famous French writer and aviator. It is a nice and wise sentence, yet I only embraced it truly and in depth when I became a father myself. When I was young, I used to plant trees with my father, knowing I would benefit from them. I felt powerful to have such authority over nature. They were mine. However, it takes a long time for an acorn to become a mighty oak. You may have to wait from 50 to 100 years. We humans have very short lives in comparison with trees. 15 years later, most trees are still pretty small. Then I became a father, and this particular day forever changed my point of view on past, present, and future. I understood I was not an end, but rather a mean. I was not the owner of the nature, I was only part of it. I still plant trees with my father. I wish we could spend more time together. Anytime we go to the forest, I now imagine the man who planted the trees we are walking beneath and how my children will benefit from the ones I am planting. I use this philosophy of life in every aspect of decision making, considering that any action has long-term consequences, not only dealing with the expected benefits of my actions and my decisions, but also considering I may not be the one affected by negative outcomes. Nowadays, humanity is facing challenging issues which even endanger our survival. Future disasters have current roots. We are the ones responsible to preserve the earth. Considering the generations to come, ask yourself whether you would prefer to be blamed or praised by future generations. Shouldn't we give up some comfort to ensure a living environment for our children? Shouldn't we prepare for future challenges? As a leader in the military forces, I serve, considering the long-term issues, making sure my current decisions will not endanger future generations. In my eyes, the only way forward is to plant a symbolic tree in any decision you make.
Continue. 2 decades ago, I was training to obtain a diploma in long cruise sailing. The training lasted for a year and we had January off. During that period, I was offered to ferry a regatta sailboat from Brittany to the Mediterranean. The owner was inexperienced and he needed a crew of 3 to give him a hand in the project, and it had sounded like a great opportunity. The owner was counting his remaining holidays and the time necessary to complete the journey, so we sailed in a hurry. As the coast of Brittany faded away in the first night at sea, I could not help having second thoughts about the condition of the boat, only half tested, and the broken radio making us mute and deaf. Since the 2 most experienced guys on board seemed satisfied, I decided to remain quiet and trust their judgment. After a few days of navigation, during which other things broke down, we were surprised by one of those winter Biscay storms. To handle a sailing vessel in rough weather, you have 2 main options generally. The first and most comfortable is to run downwind, but for that you have to have lots of open water ahead and no need for maneuver, because any attempt will be highly hazardous. The other option is to face the elements with as little canvas out as possible and sail slowly upwind. It's rough for the crew, but it offers more options as far as safety is concerned. When the owner decided he wanted to sail downwind without even a radio to signal ourselves to other vessels that would never detect us on their radars, I finally spoke up, saying it was certainly the last thing to do. And it turned out I had started a mutiny since the others sided with me. All night long, the panicked owner screamed we were crazy, damaging his boat, and that we were all going to sink. We did not, and the ship did not suffer any damage. 36 hours later, we left the sailboat and the raging owner in a harbor in Spain, never speaking about the episode again. But we probably all thought about it at some point. I learned that leadership and good judgment do not necessarily come from experience. Friendship and confidence in others may impair decision making. I should probably have spoken up earlier to point out how unprepared the owner and his dream ship were. However, trust in more experienced and self-assured people silenced reasonable doubt. Then, haste may lead to stubbornness. By trying to avoid cost, people may end up endangering others in the process. And now, after 14 years serving in the Navy, where proceedings and organization are designed to avoid reckless improvisation, we always aim at tackling all the aspects of a situation and ask, what if? Well, this story convinced me of the need to leave room for others to speak and express their own doubts before taking action, especially when having to face a new context. The young enlisted, less experienced than their supervisor, may be aware of an element that will be decisive later. And if they are afraid to speak up, it could put everyone in danger. And as the supervisor, part of my job is to create the context for mutual trust and necessary doubt.
A couple of years ago, during a deployment in a small and isolated base in northern Sahara, terrorists detonated an explosive improvised device under a vehicle of my team. Hence, some of our guys were more or less seriously injured. One of them, in particular, the gunner, had to be evacuated to the field hospital to consider the need for a strategic evacuation to France due to his injuries. Moreover, he was an excellent, enduring and cohesive young soldier. Even if it appeared to be logical and safe for him to be repatriated, he begged me to stay within the team, because he was unwilling to leave his brother in arms. Besides, he wanted to get back in the saddle at the soonest. But was he lucid enough to make the best decision for him? In this context, I had to consider both the medical rule and advice which required to evacuate him and my own commander's feeling based on debates with medical staff, with trustworthy teammates, and with him, of course. The easiest way not to rock the boat was to repatriate him. In addition, it was the less risky decision for me because it was in line with the regulation, although I was convinced that it was not the best decision for him. Making the best decision was really a leadership dilemma. I had to choose between my loyalty to the rules and my loyalty to my guide. Finally, I took it upon myself, and I convinced the medical staff that he recovered from his injuries at his own pace within the detachment. This decision recognized his agency and his humanity. This risk-taking increased my teammates' trust in me and welded my detachment together. Finally, he recovered physically and psychologically surprisingly quickly and was a pilot, my pilot, during another sensitive mission a couple of weeks after. This event strengthened my leadership and reminded me that rules are only means but never ends, contrary to humanity.
I want to speak about post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. It's an issue that we are used to face in the army, but many specialists anticipate an increase of it after the lockdown and the COVID-19 crisis. I'm convinced that humanity is at a crossroad with this burning issue. I used to be a company commander a few years ago. I had two deputies, a young one that I had to instruct, and an older non-commissioned officer. He was very precious for me because he was very efficient and gave me very good advice. He was older than me and I respected him a lot. He had been deployed many times, including 2 armed missions in Afghanistan and Africa. My company was deployed in Eastern Africa for 4 months. It's an easy mission where you mainly have to train and not to fight. I knew that this non-commissioned officer, that we would call Pierre, would be awesome for this mission. Unfortunately, during the first week I noted he was not as good as I expected. And after less than a month, we found the time to have a frank discussion. He was suffering from a PTSD. The landscapes of Djibouti and the atmosphere of being on a mission brought back traumatic memories. As a result, he could no longer sleep at all. He did the job, but he looked very sad and tired. I was then faced with an alternative. Either I didn't care about his psychological discomfort, or I would part of an assistant with whom my company would have no worries. I could only count on myself to make the decision.
Indeed, Pierre will not ask for me for anything and will loyally do what I ask him to do. If I made the decision to send him to the doctors, I knew I would lose control over the decision. However, that's the decision I made. I sent him to the hospital and he had to go back to France on the first flight. Even for him, this decision was hard because PTSD is still kind of taboo in the army. Looking back, I think I made this decision because my years of leadership taught me that humanity comes first. Seeking efficiency at the expense of human relations is a short-term choice. I felt relieved to make such a decision. Certainly I had to work harder to absorb some of Pierre's work. However, it also allowed the young assistant to take up his full position. Finally, Pierre was extremely grateful with me. After several months of being hospitalized, he was able to return to work gradually. I know that I can always count on him. The main lesson learned and that I want to pass on to the managers who will face these issues after the pandemic is the following. In the long term, it's always better to give priority to the human being. Not considering the human factor is a short-term policy that leaders must avoid. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Major John, currently studying at the French War College. Our action and decisions imply severe consequences for future generations. Whatever we do, we all have a legacy, and it can be either positive or negative. Our journey here on planet Earth is ephemeral, but our action may leave irreversible footprints for the next generations. The bottom line is that when we take a break and when we look at what humanity looks like, there is much food for thought. A few years ago, when I was deployed in Africa for a military operation, my team and I had to deal with a real dilemma. After a tense period, we had to manage and transfer non-combatants who were connected to our adversary. Most of my men were saying, "There's no way I move a inch to help those people, even if they are not responsible for the brutality we have been witnessing so far." This reaction did not surprise me. I even agreed with them. That solution was the easy one. But my orders were different, and my instinct was telling me it was wrong and not wise. I had to make a choice quickly. So we helped the people and did our best to fulfill the mission. A few hours later, when we went back to our base, most of my men confessed they were proud and relieved of our decision that day. What I witnessed was that when they were confronted with human beings who were victims of the conflict, my teammates instinctively acted to help those people. No one knows what would have happened if things turned out bad that day. But in the end, we made a good call. In my view, it was one of the greatest achievements of that mission, because we managed to fulfill the mission with no casualties, and as human beings, we managed to get better. Why? Because in a way, we were able to recognize and see the humanity of our adversary. When you are focused on your mission and your adversary, you are tempted to treat him like an item and not as a human being. That day, we managed to act with humanity and wisdom simply because we were understanding those people with their sufferings and weaknesses. And I would even say that we identified ourselves to them. I am fully conscious this is just a drop in the ocean, but as the team leader, I was very proud of the positive outcome of that mission, both at the operational level and at the leadership level. We are all human beings gathered today for World Speech Day. No algorithm, no bots, just human beings sharing ideas. Human beings using their brains to propose their directions and options. Should we go left? Should we go right? Should we go onwards? Should we go backwards? As we are facing the crossroad. That day we were at the crossroad and we took the good path. And in the end, what helps humanity move forward is the intuition and inspiration obtained through leadership, collective thinking, and good judgment. And ultimately, I do believe that those kind of tough decisions change yourself, individually and collectively. They shape your notion of humanity and change the way you interact with other people.
When I joined the Army Academy, I learned combat tactics, the art of war, and how to manage soldiers. And most importantly, I learned about the meaning of our job, what values were linked to it, and the value of life. In the French army, life is the essence of our decisions and reflections. The life of our enemy that we could be ordered to end, and the life of our subordinates who are endangered through our orders. And once you realize that lives are at stake, you take this responsibility and you reach your professional crossroads with some questions. First, the ambitions who drove you there. Why are you doing this job? How do you imagine your full-blown future to be? Then, what should be your relationship with your subordinates whose lives you are ready to put at risk? Since you are endangering their life, what do they deserve from you? Finally, which are the important reasons for the fights you are ready to conduct? For several years, I have been asking myself these questions. And I think, in the particular case of the army, it is not possible to choose only your wishes to drive your decisions. This means that in comparison to other jobs, our leadership heavily integrates the service of our colleagues and our institution. So, I would like to ask you today, is it possible to be fulfilled, seeing that a cause or that your colleagues are improving thanks to your work as much as feeling fulfillment for reaching your wishes? Having experienced both of the latter in the army, I definitely think that it is possible. A serving leader is able to change the world because he is ready to take risk to serve others. In the other side, a leader driving by their own ambition will avoid risks and choose the direction of simplicity at the crossroads. And this raises an issue, because this way is often the one that goes unquestioned, the one that weakens society. Regardless of the place where you exercise leadership, when you face the crossroads, it is useful to discern what is paramount to lead your decision.
Did you ever notice how your values impact the choices you make? I dedicated my career, my life, my time to defend the country I love, my country, France. Although France has one of the highest representations of women in its armed forces, sometimes I was the only female officer during missions on operations when performing my duty. And for this reason, sometimes I would censor my voice because I thought my vision and message were not as valuable as others. However, as a leader, I had to face critical situations where I had to choose between speaking up or silencing my inner voice. I made the choice of courage and decided to advocate for the increased presence of women in the armed forces. I decided to do so because it just made sense to me when I witnessed what happened in other spheres of the society. What I experienced so far was also experienced by many other women around me. The French War College offered me a safe space to take a risk and use my voice. I could have chosen to keep my feelings to myself. However, I was convinced that my inner voice would make a difference in the outer world. And I chose to organize a debate event for International Women's Day entitled My Boss is a Woman. My project was first to build a panel of inspiring men and women advocating for the role of women in leadership positions in order to inspire other women to join in. I was afraid people would not answer to me, but here are the results. They all responded up to the defense minister. We first conducted video interviews to broadcast to officers in order to create a debate internally, and on the 8th of March, officers debated on the added value of women to leadership positions to our military. Women's leadership contributes to a more inclusive society, defending French citizens, women and men, together. For a more humane society, this is the path we have to take. Since then, I feel free and empowered. Ideas and debates will not change the world overnight, but they will change minds and in the end, improve our society. Being a leader is knowing who you are and what you stand for. Being a leader is knowing that what you think is valuable, precious, and must not be silenced. Being a leader is knowing that evolution comes with work and courage.
Across the globe, and here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする.
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए.
Araw ko paning. Kanya mo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us. Join us. Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is a matter of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is a matter of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni, renang mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebelum mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebelum mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones,
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
Where society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni. Renem mo ako.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be
Hello everybody, thank you for watching. In this speech, I'd like to address everybody around the world, young and old, wherever you are. This message is for everybody who is full of ambition and great ideas to make this world move forward in an inspiring, positive and better way. But be aware, freedom of speech is at stake. My name is Jerry, I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and before I start my speech, I'd like to say a few other words to everybody who is listening and watching right now. We are all living in difficult COVID times, including me. Therefore, please take care of yourself, take care of the beloved ones around you, and take care of your community. Stay healthy. Let's hope for better times to come soon for all of us. Although, is it really a matter of just hoping for better times? Or is it in fact a matter of creating better times by ourselves? What can we do? What can you do? If we say that humanity is at a crossroads, it means that we need to make choices. But what choices should we make? And why? Therefore, always speak out loud about your choices. It will help the world to move forward. Being silent is the foundation for wrong choices. However, speaking out loud seems to be getting more and more difficult. It is harder and harder for many of us to accept and allow other opinions than the ones you stand for yourself. In my country, supposedly a modern Western democratic society, even journalists ignore and eliminate wrong or not mainstream opinions and visions. Journalists even say, "Shut up!" And that's a shock to me. It should be a shock to everybody. I expect, particularly journalists and media, to be open and curious from the heart and capable of asking critical questions. Unfortunately, this current attitude of journalism is demotivating citizens like you and me to keep on speaking out loud. But I will fight that, because we can't accept any limitation on our freedom of speech. Every voice, your voice as well, needs to be heard. Especially when humanity is at a crossroads, we need to know all possible directions. Do you actually realize that humanity is about taking part? That humanity is more than just being there, and that humanity is about connecting as well. In the Netherlands we have a famous saying, je kunt pas verbinden als je de verschillen durft te benoemen. Meaning, we'll be able to connect only through acknowledging each other's differences. That is what I stand for. That is the reason why I'm here right now. That is why I am addressing this message to all of you around the world. Real freedom of speech is about creating open dialogues. Real freedom of speech is about our joint ability of organizing critical discussions. Real freedom of speech is about empowering, convincing and fair debates. So let's keep on bringing and sharing each other's inspiring arguments to the attention of and with the public, even with the pressure of the increasing limitations of freedom of speech. Bringing and sharing is the fundamental element for having the world move forward in an inspiring, positive and better way. So, let your speech be the home of everybody's inspiration.
Hello, everybody. Now, the next speaker is an expert in predicting megatrends and major scenarios. He promotes a spherical approach in the way societies and economic markets will function in the future. And from 2009, his ideas have inspired thousands of people through his commitment as a Chief Innovation, Sustainability and Value Strategy Officer at Banca Mediolanum, as well as the founder and president at BYE, Be Your Essence. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Oscar Di Montini from Italy. Mr. Oscar.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for your kind introduction, and thanks everybody for spending a few minutes with all of us. It's an amazing day today. We have to celebrate. Today is the celebration of the words, okay? So we'll try to inspire with the audience at this time. 2021, actually also 2020, but 2021 is gonna be, this is my very personal perspective, a really change of epoch. It's not actually an epoch of changes as it has considered for a while. It's going to be a really change of epoch. COVID-19 gave us the opportunity to take the decision to lead this change of epoch or to be led by the change of epoch. And this is going to be the main responsibility we'll have to face in the next days, in the next decades. We are actually living in what has been nominated as a VUCA world. VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So we'll have to face these four different perspectives on life, on our lives, and we'll have to be very much responsible in order to lead this change, as I was saying. I believe that the only authority that can now say we must change our lives is actually the potential crisis. It has the authority because it appeals to something unthinkable, for which it is the prelude. This is my personal opinion. And the prelude is the potential worldwide catastrophe, okay? So we have to share this risk, actually. So what can we do? We can decide to be optimistic, pessimists, but I prefer to consider the human beings magicians. What I mean by being magician, to let the magic in ourselves work. The word magic is very unique. It's supposed to become, is not certain, from the ancient Persian language, and mahag from this word. And the meaning was supposed to be, for mahag, the meaning was knowledge. So to be magicians, we have to let the knowledge living within ourselves work. What I mean by work, to let this knowledge work. We are the only species living on the planet, the highest species, the most evolved one, able to prefigure, okay, to imagine. There isn't any other living species having the capability to prefigure. So what should we prefigure at this moment, where the majority of the human beings are closed in prisons, in their house, without having the possibility to move, at least not as much as they would like? Okay, let's stay home, let's stay quiet, let's not be depressed, but let's spend this time to prefigure the world we'd like to live in. I had the chance in my past, it was 2014, I had the chance to meet one of the holy human beings living on the planet, His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. And I had the chance to spend a few minutes with him, and I asked him if it was true, a sentence that was supposed to be told by him. And he told me yes. And I want to share this sentence with you. There aren't human beings living under good stars or bad stars, just human beings who know who do not know how to read the stars. So in this change of epoch, as sailors, we're asked to be able to read the stars, to find the path for future, the path for happiness. And because this is the time to take decisions. And we have a time. the time of one life. All of us, each of us, his own life. And life serves to produce its own fruit. So in this unexpected change of epoch, even if the signs were visible already many years ago, this is a time to add life to our days and not to be scared to lose days from our lives. And the approach that I want to suggest to all of you is an innovability approach. Innovability is the merge in between innovation and sustainability. Innovation is not enough. Innovation is something cold. Innovation could be even something dangerous. Try to think the combination between technology and the army industry, okay? Or the biology industry, biotech, gentech, food tech, fintech. Might be a bit scary also, this combination between technology and these disciplines. But if we combine innovation with sustainability, we may be able to keep the force, the strength, the power of innovation to lead the change, guided by the principles of sustainability. And the basic principles of sustainability are the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals designed by the United Nations. You should know there are 17, and there are 169 KPIs underlying in these goals that should lead our lives. So the real purpose we should look for as human beings, as professionals, as managers, as employees, as wherever you are, is to have an impact. Basically, to have an impact on people, planet, and peace. And by people, I mean the entire humanity, okay? It's not the time anymore for conflicts, for divisions, okay, for borders. And we have to scale up from this 3P approach, people, planet, peace, up to a 5Ps approach, adding partnership and prosperity. This 5Ps approach has been designed by the United Nations also. And I added 2 more Ps to this 5Ps approach. And the next 2 Ps will be, again, my humble and personal opinion, person and peace. So people, planet, peace, partnership, prosperity. But basically, we have to start from person. Gandhi used to say, as Martin Luther King, again, you might not be responsible for the situation where you're living in, but you will be if you will not do anything to change it. So we have to change our approach, moving even from a circular approach, talking about economy, we all know the circular economy approach, to a spherical economy. What does make the difference between a circular approach to a spherical approach? It's very easy. Putting human being back to its own place, the center. Human beings have to be the final aim, the final goal, the final purpose, and not money anymore. Money is a tool. Money is energy to let things happen. But the final goal, the final aim, the final purpose have to be the human being. So the human being has to go back to the center. And if you put a third dimension in a circular approach that is very urgent and is very necessary in this time, immediately the circle becomes a sphere with the human beings in the middle. So the future will be driven by 4 main drivers: demography, technology, environment, and ethics, values, and behaviors. Demography, because everything is going to be redesigned on the planet. Thousands, millions of people are moving from south to north and from east to west. It's not just people, it's economy, it's richness, it's many topics. The technology, as we said, has entered our lives strongly and deeply, redesigning even the way our brains will be working. The environment is very urgent, it's the highest urgency we have on the planet at the moment. So we have to become very sensible. In the last 25 years, we destroyed the 25th of the earth wilderness. Okay, so we don't have time left. We do not have time left. But whatever will lead our capability to have fun, to enjoy these meetings of different people, demography. The only capability who will lead our aim to use technology in a useful way, and the only capability to consider the environment, the only possibility that we have is given us by ethics, values, and behaviors, okay? Human beings are the best technology. So we have to put human beings back to the center. Why are the best technology? Because differently from machines, human beings don't provide answers. We ask ourselves questions. Human beings are not programs. Someone would like to program us, but we're not programs. We are projects. So again, which is your vision? Which is your mission? Which is your plan of actions? But basically, let me ask you, this is not enough. Let me ask you, which is your vocation as a human being? The vocation is a particular sensitivity, is an innate transport in living a certain type of life that leads an individual, a human being, to do some things rather than other things, for which he feels an inner transport. So, which is your inner transport for? This is the main question we should ask ourselves. In philosophy, vocation, by vocation we mean that call to feel part of a universal project. Each one of us in their own specific area. So let me end with this thought. We all have a place where we can be what we dreamt to be, also for just one instant. And this time is the time to live that instant, to be heroes. Heroes is any person who does an extraordinary and generous act of courage, which might result in the conscious sacrifice of herself, himself, to protect the good of others. We are just all one thing. If we'll be able to consider ourselves just one thing, we'll be able to lead this amazing, unexpected change that we are living in. We are very, very lucky to be those humans living in this specific period, because we have in our hands the possibility, the capability to lead the change without being led by the change. If we will not do it, fine. But the biggest battle in these days is the battle against mediocrity, okay? Against those saying, I don't have time, I don't have money, I don't have whatever, okay? That's not true. You are the only possibility for the entire planet, for the entire humankind. So please welcome on board. This is your life. This is it, Suzanne. That was the crowd.
That was an extremely motivating and amazing speech by Mr. Oscar de Bonacci.
Oh.
That was an amazing
I
and
was missing the Singapore version of my surname, so it's fine.
oh, okay, right. But that was really amazing. I mean, I learned so much about your insights and what the possibilities that's possible, that's made available for people. Yeah, and it's so true that I think people is really the core of what happens in this world, the economy, the technologies behind it.
Let's go ahead.
Yes.
Good times.
Yeah.
It's a very good time.
Yeah, it's the time for us to reconnect, especially in the face of the pandemic that we are facing now. It's a time for us to come back together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We always
core.
been together. We actually forgot.
Yes. All right. Yes. And so this is a good time. I hope that those of you who are out there, who are in the audience, have learned something very valuable from Mr. Oscar de Bonacci's speech, that no matter what happens to the circumstances that we are facing as one humanity, one thing is clear. We go back to where we belong. We go back to our heart as a human being, to reconnect with one another, to work together towards a better future. So thank you for watching this very special speech by Mr. Oscar de Mondeji. And we shall now move on to our live event segment, which is happening in Tokyo, Malaysia, and the rest of the world. Stay tuned to watch our World Speech Day live. Bye-bye.
Ciao, Suzanne. Ciao.
Ciao. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Suzanne. We made it. Thank you, Peter.
Yes.
So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arokopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better.
Join us on 15 March
2021.